In The Enclosure by Barry N. Malzberg. Originally published by Avon in May 1973, republished in 1976 and 2011. It was reviewed very briefly by Theodore Sturgeon in the October 1973 issue of Galaxy magazine, wherein he says, quote, "In The Enclosure by Barry N. Malzberg is another tense, puzzling, and acidulous work by this unfailingly surprising writer. This one runs less to the special scorn that has become his hallmark and more to a poignant, painful lostness, which is genuinely touching." End quote. Read by Darrell T. Smith II for my channel, Quasar Spectra. In the Enclosure. Here we all are, in the enclosure. It has been some 2 years and 4 months since we were placed here. I have fully assimilated a sense of their chronology, and now, past the initial riots and educative tortures, things are comfortable. There has been no excitement for a long time. Now we are fed at leisure, participate in planned activities, are allowed to gather in small groups for discussion, and continue to meet with our therapists 6 times a week, during which time we are as thorough as ever. Life is perhaps more self-contained than I would like it to be. On the other hand, we are a tribe. How much I have learned of us, which has always been highly dependent upon an institutional framework, and for that reason, things are not as unpleasant here as we thought they would be. In fact, and despite the rigorously ordered existence, things go quite well, although there are occasional murmurs of restlessness, and I suspect the few unadjusted among us still talk of the necessity for violent overthrow and escape, or conquest. These unadjusted, I suspect, would have become psychotic under almost any circumstances. It is only coincidental that the enclosure has become the focus of their rage, and they are not taken, for the most part, very seriously. The enclosure. It is difficult to tell its dimensions. Not one of us has walked its full distance or ascended the entire height. We live within defined limits. We're shuffled or escorted through familiar hallways. I suspect that the enclosure is the size of a small village, although with none of the villagers' amenities. In height, it may be several hundred yards, although eyesight is undependable, and the roof, visible at any point, seems to waver and shake with cranings of the head. The climate is controlled. The atmosphere is adjusted for our peculiarities. The personnel who administer it for us are replaced regularly and do not seem to have continuing shifts. Perhaps they do not like it then, but we are told that it was originally constructed as an alien environment, so there is no reason why they should. This is our home. I regard it as such. Now and then our therapists, who also change frequently, grant us reports from the outside, indicate that certain outcomes have emerged from our suggestions, that various breakthroughs have been achieved by our aid. At one time I thought that these words were of much significance and that it was only a matter of time until we were given a full release with apologies and gratitude. Each progress report brought us closer. Now I know differently. Our therapists are becoming patronizing. Nevertheless, I accept the news with thanks. It is good to hear that they are aware of us outside and that the irretrievable alteration of their lives continues. I am not happy in the enclosure. How could I be? Nevertheless, I am content. I walk, meditate, engage in metaphysical discussions with my therapists after I have given them the desired facts for the day, avoid meetings of the tribe, fornicate joyously with females who accept me, Sleep 8 to 12 hours otherwise, and in all ways try to live an ordered existence without rage. I am not aggrieved. I blame no one for what has happened to us, for I volunteered into the mission. There is no culpability, only circumstance. Circumstance is all. Now and then, less frequently than in the past, I will emerge from strangled dreams, dreams of many colors in which I have shouted through corridors, and after these dreams it is several hours or days until I can reconstitute myself around this familiar, acquired persona. These dreams are some indication that I have not totally accepted my condition. Still, I can deal with them with far more composure than in the past, and in the last extremity, I reveal them to my therapist, who prescribes effective, if temporary, drugs. I will not let these dreams disturb me. They mean nothing. The past is of no significance. It has no relation. It is only the enclosure and the rooms, the therapist and these notes, the slow, kindly gestures of even the coldest of the females as they envelop me. Sex is warmth. Always. Great technological and social advances have been the outcome of our stay on this planet. This is what my therapists assure me, and since we have been in the enclosure for all but the first 17 minutes of our time on Earth, we have no reason to dispute or even question this. As a result of our advice, diagrams, plans, and equations, we were familiarized with all their languages through hypnosuggestion on the voyage here. Most diseases have been abolished. The war economies of the major nations have been dismantled. The incidence of neurosis among intellectual segments of the populace has decreased, and a series of manned exploratory flights has already commenced to Neptune, Uranus, and the other outer planets of their system. With the technological acceleration we have provided, they will soon be ready for the stars. Population pressures, which were becoming deadly before our landing, are being handled adroitly through the most advanced techniques provided by our socio-technicians, and their mass media have become a means of distributing enlightened perception to the population. Bonuses are being paid for sterility. National consciousness and the level of perception have been heightened. Divorces are down, although extremely easy to obtain when necessary, and 7 hitherto unknown elements predicted on our charts have been put to work in foundation materials, proctoscopy, and automotive engineering. A pill has been synthesized which will control the patterns of will and patience, and a cheap steroid has been found the answer for common depression. The treatment of criminals is no longer merely retentive or punitive, but has shifted into a casework orientation. Prostitution has been legalized and is efficiently administered by the central government and its exclusive licensees. All is going well, then, with our work. You should be aware, my therapist says, that due to what you have brought us, we have turned around the situation in less than 3 years. Not long ago, I thought that I would live to see the end of our world, but since you came, it is the inception instead which I see. I believe that you have saved us, all professional aspects to one side. I am incredibly grateful to you, as is every human being on this planet. A rather mad gleam comes into his eyes when he says things like this. He's the youngest of the succession of therapists I have had, and by far the least formal. And his hands gesture abruptly, describing hexagons in the air. Nevertheless, there is no dismissing the passionate sincerity of his tone, the attempt that the man is making to encourage me. I know that you must think quite badly of us, he says, to treat you in this way when you have obviously come for the most benign motives. Your imprisonment must seem cruel, maddening, although you have adjusted to it well. Already the enlightened ones among us have formed committees in favor of your immediate release, just as soon as you have given us all the information. But we are a race, and you must understand this, that has survived only because of our suspicion and perversity, and our leaders have moved to power because they are the most feral of all. It will take only a generation or 3 with your eugenic help to breed that out of us as vestigial. I know that you must understand what I'm saying as you understand everything else, and that you share my faith in the temporary nature of this. You will leave the enclosure, all of you will leave the enclosure and walk among us as free beings. You will return to your star in dignity and pride. All of us here at the enclosure are devoting our lives to get you out of here. You have more than proven that your motives are altruistic and that you want for us only progress and development. Still, you must be patient. You must hold against time just as I am holding. Creatures as wise and selfless as you can understand this. We will bring the politicians over to our side of the equation, but this cannot be done at once, for they are hundreds of years behind you in compassion. In the meantime, we have tried to make things as comfortable for you as possible. We want you to be happy. Are you happy? What is disturbing you today? What can I do to ease you? Are there any memories or resentments you would care to discuss? Do you remember yet from where you came? I ask for some of their newspapers, which would give us an indication of the effects we have had. I am very interested in objective referral as opposed to the therapist's assurances. He denies me again for administrative reasons. I ask for some minor variations in diet and the exercise schedule to avoid boredom, and these are granted. I ask that one of the females whom I knew months ago but was abruptly taken to another section be brought back to me so that I might see her. I am extremely frank with my therapist about my sexual predilections. He makes no comment one way or the other. He asks me a stream of questions which, since they do not deal with technological data, I am able to ignore. They bypass the program. After a time, these questions cease and his pad comes out. Now his face shifts. His eyes become alight with desire. He pursues my particular specialty, geological formations. As always, I want to stand mute, but I cannot. The program is too effective, even this long after its installation. Something within sighs and opens like the pits of the females, and I begin an enormous amount of intricate documentation on one abstruse point of my field. The therapist is not satisfied. He re-questions me on many details and then asks that certain points be repeated verbatim for clarity. Doubtless this is a check upon my veracity and thoroughness. It is strange that after 2 years and 5 months they still do not trust us. But then, as the therapist has said, they are a suspicious race, and our presence in the enclosure itself indicates how painful it is to incur a serious relationship with them. So I answer the therapist fully and completely, holding back nothing. There is no way that I can retain information when it is requested. When the session finally ends, 6 hours later, I am exhausted, too tired even to seek a female, and my sleep continues through most of the next morning. Since we have been confined to the enclosure, most of us sleep excessively, and I suspect that our lives are arranged in this way to capitalize on what they can regard only as a weakness. Aside from the liaisons with the females, which are very fragmentary at best, I have little to do with the 247 others who were my crewmates and who now live with me in the enclosure. Meetings and socialization on some level are frequent, but I remain aloof. I desire as little contact with them as possible. This was not always the case. When we left our system, we were bound into a tight society built upon hierarchical levels which would keep us closely knit for the duration of the mission. Within that hierarchy, I had contact with many of my companions, always through assigned roles. That society broke down completely, however, when we were brought to the enclosure, and it has never reconstituted itself. I do not think that it was meant to remain under such conditions. The fact is that we have, all of us now, become sullen with one another and somehow withdrawn. Fornication with the females, while necessary to my limited sense of well-being, can hardly be thought of as a true system of relationships, and I have abandoned all contact with those who were my immediate superiors or inferiors in the society of the voyage. As that hierarchy was conceived, of course, one's closest connections extended only a few levels above and below, and all 248 of us were strictly ranked for many reasons, the least of them compatibility. I was, for what this matters, 158th. This does not mean that there were 157 aboard more worthy or intelligent than I, but on the other hand, there were 90 who were definitely less so. Those who established the hierarchy certainly had their reasons. Life in the enclosure has brought an end to this culture without the establishment of a substitute, a common manifestation of culture lag. Initially, it was strange to see many of those ranked far above me reacting to these demeaning circumstances with even less dignity than I, as well as to observe the pitiful attempts they made to hold on to the prerogatives of their ranking in a circumstance which eliminated differentiation among us. Those at the bottom of the hierarchy, on the other hand, seemed to do much better. This might have been expected. The feeling of strangeness passed when I came to understand that the society of the ship was as arbitrary and imposed as what had been done to us in the enclosure. And the enclosure, in a way, was a fairer circumstance because it was not our fault. What we had done to ourselves on our own devices was almost as unspeakable as the worst which the aliens had done to us. Soon after I had this insight, I began to separate myself from my shipmates and wrap myself in layers of isolation. Because of this, I quickly achieved a reputation for insolence among my peers, but oddly, the reputation brought with it a measure of respect, and I found that I was able to take my pleasure easily with females at all levels of the old hierarchy. We were back in the natural state. All of the restraints were gone. And, above or below, I could make them come to me simply by stating demands in my new way and refusing to be denied. The surpassing ease with which I was able to copulate with females of all types and levels only taught me something which I should have known a long time ago anyway. The females, even more than we, need an interlocking series of power relationships, need to have their roles defined, and are made easily submissive by a male who will enable them to sense his power. My therapist hints that this characteristic of females exists in his culture as well, but I have had no chance to verify this. I am not trying to say that I am truly happy here, or that this variety of sexual entanglements has given me real pleasure. It has not. I am not happy here. I am merely passing the time. Like all of us, I want desperately to be free of the enclosure, free of this accursed world, and back on the ship again, heading toward our system and liberty. My therapist assures me that the ship has been perfectly preserved in working condition on a large plain not 400 miles from here, and that in accordance with our technological instruction and revelation, it has been maintained perfectly. I want to be on it. It is fully operative and could leave at any time. I want to be on it. Their politicians have not yet decided, however, whether we will be released from the enclosure or, if released, whether we may take the ship. I want to be on the ship no matter how superficially adjusted I may seem. I can only hope that the ship has not long since been destroyed or, worse yet, tenanted by some 248 natives of this planet who will return to our system with malevolent intent and the technological means to destroy our civilization. I do not think that this is so. My therapist tells me that our psychological and sociological revelations have for the first time brought his race to their senses. But who knows? How can one be sure? What certainties exist? It might be quite sensible from their point of view to try to locate our system and destroy us. We have taught them so much. We have given them the means, and they know now how vulnerable we are. All memory of our star of origin was blocked from us as the last step before we embarked. Personal memories as well were eviscerated through the clever implementation of hypnotechniques which I do not understand. Although seemingly cruel, we were, after all, deprived of a past. This process was done in our interest so that we would not, willingly or unwillingly, divulge our point of origin to aliens who might be advanced enough to destroy us or brutal enough to commandeer a crew and return with explosives to our own base. Also, therapeutically blocked from our conscious and subconscious reflexes was any explanation of our mission, why we were to go to these aliens and reveal to them all our enormous technological capacities and secrets. Knowledge of the motives of our mission, we were told, might somehow block our performance. We were promised, however, that upon the successful completion of the assignment, we would have all memories returned in full and would find, one by one, that they were far more exquisite than anything which had happened to us during the mission. There were rumors on the ship going toward that system that we might be a crew of felons whose crimes had been blocked from consciousness as part of remission, but that would not comply with the promised exquisiteness of our history. We will do what we have to do and are told to do, and then we will return. The first in the hierarchy, the leader of the mission, who said he knew as little about his history as any of us, told us at our initial meeting, and I have no reason, these many years later, to think that he wanted to be mysterious. We have, of course, told them of the process which blocked our location, memory, and purpose, and the aliens have, in their own way, tried to loosen the restraints. Nothing comes under therapy, however, but blankness. Before the time of the ship, I recall nothing other than that I lived simply and was not happy. The implantation was so successful we can hold back absolutely nothing. For reasons I do not yet completely understand, those who sent us wanted them to know everything they demanded. Yielding information, sometimes I feel the machinery of the program itself working within me, tearing synapses and ganglia, but this is more suggestive than biological, I think. But at a reduced level, the pain is constant. I am wrapped in sheets of pain, small mumbles of anguish constricting me even during sex or sleep. I do not understand myself. I did not think that I was this complex. I had simple desires, simple passions. I wanted to maintain my spot in the hierarchy and not upset the balance. Plotar ranked 17th in the hierarchy. I can never forget these numbers. They were graven into us. In the old days, he was master of the rituals. Now he comes to my room and says that he has urgent business to discuss. I greet him with feigned politeness, but ask him to be quick. I have things on my mind and females to pursue during the free time, and as much as I would like to talk with them at leisure, I cannot. I know that you keep to yourself, he says after a subsequent pause, during which I realize that I have intimidated him. I have intimidated the 17th man in the old hierarchy. And in the usual circumstances we would simply not come to you. But I am afraid that this matter is now extreme. Extreme. And we have no time to waste. He helps himself to one of the destructive cigarettes which we have learned to enjoy and sits uncomfortably on a hassock. You see, I must talk to you now. We need your help. Your gifts are irreplaceable at this time. Remember how it was in the ship time? Did I not always find a place for you, a good role? You were never made sacrificial during the ceremonies. You must listen to me now, Quir. Our time is short. Things do not slacken, but become taut as apocalypse approaches. I decide that he is insane. Plotar then explains, somewhat disjointedly, that a careful plot has been constructed in the enclosure. The plot is to take it over by subduing institutional personnel and then make an effective mass escape. The plot has been worked out by a group whose number Plotar will not divulge. Despite the constant surveillance of the enclosure and the equally constant attention of the therapists, the existence of the plan has somehow been concealed from the aliens. And now the time for enactment is here. Selected individuals whose specialties are vital are being sought for enlistment and instruction. The remainder of my shipmates will merely be the beneficiaries of the escape without prior knowledge. This maldistribution is necessary, since the more who know of the plot, the greater the risk of revelation by someone untrustworthy. Some of us must take risks so that all may be free, Plotar says, sadly, gesturing with the cigarette, bumping it against one of the walls. Still, nothing is really fair. He points out that I am needed and am now being approached because of my speciality. My geological sophistry will enable me to detect key points of weakness in the construction of the enclosure, through which planned incendiary devices may be thrust and exploded with a good chance of success. The subsequent fires will be terrifying, but will succumb to extinguishers which are already being constructed. The plot has progressed quickly in these final stages, and actions are scheduled to begin only 2 days hence. Plotar states that all I will have to do on the following evening is take a casual walk with him through selected portions of the enclosure, pointing out what I take to be places of particular susceptibility to the explosives. There's no risk to that, he explains. Just taking a walk and selecting sites for the explosives. I wouldn't think of asking you if there were any risk. They're so pitifully sure of themselves at this time that they now let us socialize freely. I doubt if we're even observed any more as we were in the beginning. Who could object in any event to the two of us taking a brief, bracing walk through the enclosure, talking together about the ship time, remembering ceremonies? And then, when we have taken the enclosure, it will be a simple thing to arrange transportation to the ship and our freedom. I don't think so, I say, giving his remarks the aspect of discussion, although this is not what he has in mind. It is not that simple. Certainly it is. The enclosure is important to them. All of the records and data are here. They could hardly risk our threat to destroy it. There will be an honored place on the voyage home for you, a very honored place, and an immortal role for you in the lexicon of our heroism when we return. I ask of you only this one small service, Quir, for we cannot continue this way indefinitely. I have it on the best authority that they plan to kill us when they have extracted the last shreds of vital information, and that point is not far distant. We have told them everything. Quir, we must act quickly." Plotar finishes off the cigarette in a spasm of choking and extinguishes it on the floor of my cubicle, looks at the dead end with disgust, and then puts it carefully into the sole of one of my shoes. The master of ritual was always permitted to take such liberties with the personal property of others, and I do not resent this, although I regard it with sadness. "We have been totally corrupted, you see," he says. "These cigarettes are the proof. We are no longer what we were. We have become only an aspect of them, an extension, a series of retrieval devices. They will seize everything from us now if we do not act quickly. Action, Quir! Think of our obligations." I point out to Plotar, as gently as possible, that I find his plan unworkable and insane, that it does not seem to have any connection with the reality of the enclosure. I add that under no circumstances will I grant him any cooperation at all, and that the hierarchical system is well behind us now. "I won't be intimidated," I say with only the slightest lilt to my voice. "That's all behind us now, and I don't have to listen to you anymore." "You are not being intimidated. I am asking for your cooperation. I'm really working for you, you understand? Think of this as another ritual, if you will, the most elaborate and systematized of them all. We will reconstruct our freedom and give it to ourselves whole, and subsequently—" "You don't understand the enclosure. It makes no impression upon you. But in my speciality I do, and I have had ample time to think about this, and many other things. This enclosure is impenetrable. It is a total barrier, not only without, but within. There is no way that we can break free, for what you do not understand is that it is not only a condition, but a state of mind. I have worked over all of this for a long time, and I have thought much of the enclosure. It is a trap. It cannot be broken. I will have nothing whatsoever, nothing at all, to do with your foolish plan, and now I want you to leave my room." Shudders of rage assault me. They intersect with that larger sense of revulsion I feel toward Plotar. I remember him as master of the rituals, and I cannot stand him. I do not like any of my shipmates anymore, not one of them. They are all as despicable as me for their imprisonment, but with him the dislike has become personal. I cannot bear him. I see no reason to bear him. The rituals, even the slaughters, are far behind us. "If you don't leave," I say, "I'll tell my therapist then. I'll tell him everything that has gone on here and warn him about your insane plan. That will finish you, and I will come more to their favor. When we're released, I will be the first through the walkways." "I pity you," Plotar says. He rises. "They have completely possessed you. You are their property. I did not think that this had happened to you. I had a certain respect. You always participated skillfully in the rituals, and 110 of us were lower than you. If you feel that way, you've spent 29 months here for nothing. You understand not at all what has happened to us, what they want." "They want to destroy us," Plotar says, "and you have become their slave. You will help them destroy us. These simple barbarians have broken you and converted you into their property. I should have judged this and known." "Make no judgments, ritual master. There are others who have not reached your condition. They will not crumple so easily. I have found them. You are not needed. You are completely optional. It was my idea to approach you and give you a chance to participate for your sake. I do not need your participation." "You understand nothing," I say again. "Your experience here has accomplished little. The enclosure is final. It is total. It is miles in circumference, hundreds of yards in height. We will get out of here due to their mercy, or we will not get away at all. This cannot be broken. How else could they have kept us here for 29 months? I understand now why you were ranked so, Plotar says. In the old hierarchy, this is the most damaging statement possible. One cannot make comments upon the inferior worth of those holding lower status without risking exclusion from all rankings and banishment. One cannot even be patronizing. It is some indication of the state Plotar has reached that he would resort, master of the rituals, to such a comment at this time. The mistake is that you were not at the bottom. His old face trembles. He rubs his hands together, seems on the verge of saying something else, something final and freeing which will vault me past this simple confrontation and into utter complexity, a knowledge so deep that, Plotar-like, I would be able to organize my thoughts like dancers at a rite. But then it switches off, and he leaves the room quickly, muttering what I cannot hear. Bastard. I think I hear him whisper, but from this aspect it is a caress. Bastard, Plotar says in their old rhetoric, and then he is gone. I return to contemplation. There is nothing else to do. Thinking, I realize that life in the enclosure, then, has driven all of us toward our separate aspects of desire. We've become the essence of what we wanted to be. It has taught me resignation. It has taught the females accessibility. Some of the others have become obsessive. Plotar is insane. It all depends, then, upon the individual. The perverse and basic identity will always come through, and then I put the issue out of my mind, exerting my usual discipline and mental control. I spend the next hour not thinking, but reading instead selected materials given to me for the week by my therapist. I read The Bobbsey Twins Visit the City by Laura Lee Hope. I skim a paper called Procrustean Igneous Formation, presented to the Society of the Resigned by J.L. Envers, M.A. I spend some time with the March 29th issue of The Morning Telegraph, the opening day issue, a publication which my therapist gives me only rarely as a special favor, but which I believe that I am finally beginning to understand. My calculations about the outcome of the races always seem correct, but since I am never given consecutive issues, I am unable to verify them. I find that I am no longer interested in reading. Enough. I leave my room in search of a female. I meet a familiar one in the hall, and I seize. Lying across her, I feel instants of penetration, access, doom, warmth, connection, and then the long-promised, necessary darkness. I am drawn into the center of that darkness by her murmurs and whines, finding at the end a moment totally damp and empty, and I move through and out of the other end of that moment, gasping. For a time, I think that I have seen something, but as always, it turns out that I have not. Nothing is new. Consortment changes nothing. After the requisite time, then, I disengage delicately, having lost interest, and return to my room. Behind me, I hear her whimpering madly in the darkness and wonder if she is an ally. She is saying words that Plotar said, but in a different way. Bastard, she says. Bastard. The first weeks in the enclosure were bad because they did not understand us, nor we them, and no relationship had been established. Instead, they took to us devices that were painful and humiliating. Some of us nearly died, and there was an abortive revolt put down with weaponry that made our flesh burn. They thought that we had come to destroy them, 248 against a planet. They did not know that we would tell them anything they asked. They thought that our mission and our knowledge had to be beaten from us by occult means of torture, similar to devices that our own hierarchies had repudiated. Some were terribly hurt in those first weeks because their confessions were judged to be not truthful, and only when formulae for alchemy that one of us gave them turned out to work did the torture cease. Can I be blamed for not wanting to relive those early weeks? It is not cowardice, but compassion. I could not bear to see my shipmates suffer again, and the torturers as well, for the instruments always turn the other way. My therapist tells me now that all of this was merely a dreadful failure of communication, and that as soon as their experiments and findings began to corroborate, those who had been in charge of the enclosure were discharged in disgrace, some of them imprisoned. I do not know if this is actually so or if we were told this to solicit our further cooperation, but I do not think that it matters particularly either way. Whether a new administration or a chastened older one took over, our accommodations became somewhat larger, the food a little better, and we were given a schedule providing for some free time and conversation with one another. Not that we had or have anything of interest to say. Can I be blamed for not wanting the tortures again? I have learned to trust my therapist. It is the easier way. I try to find credible all that he says to me. Once, when information I gave on the half-life of radioactive fossils was not verified quickly enough to satisfy, he subjected me to deep hypnosis and starvation, tormented me by playing on ganglia with sensors. But shortly thereafter, the fault turned out to have been an equipment malfunction, and he was extremely apologetic. This was early after his assignment to my case. He not only suspended all questioning for 2 days, but arranged for me to be given a large private room at the rear of a corridor instead of my participating in the dormitory arrangement given to most of my shipmates. It was at about that time that I began to be truly successful with the females, although it has now been a long time since I have permitted any of them to come to my room. I invade theirs. I toy with their possessions. I hold my own privacy more valuable than theirs. Our demands upon you cannot be indefinite, he has assured me. Despite our native suspicion, despite our lust for torture, we are a race given to odd moods of guilt or compassion, swings toward altruism and self-flagellation, and in the bargain there is a very strong mystical pattern which underlies almost all of our cultures, one which has to deal with martyrdom and redemption. The benefits you have given us are incalculable. Part of their feedback will be changed attitudes toward you that will result in equitable treatment. Believe. I am given assurances of this nature often, and they comfort me, but my therapist still refuses to divulge his name or details of his personal life, although I frequently ask these now. It wouldn't make any difference, you see, he has pointed out. Our lives, our society, our identity is so totally alien to you that there is virtually none of this which you could understand or which would contribute to our relationship. I could tell you, say for speculation, that my name is X, and that I live in monogamous relationship with S, a woman. I could say that I am Y, and that I dwell inside a homosexual commune with J and L, my partners in lust and necessity. What would it matter? What could you make of all this, or know of the quality of our lives? In time, I hope that you will be free and come to understand us, and that we will know one another. But that time is not yet. Not just yet, I fear. Besides, we are under strict orders still to divulge nothing, and I cannot break with the administrators on this very important point, not if I want to stay here and continue to help you. He has small hands and a high voice. He seems to perch on the edge of appliances rather than sit or straddle them. Like most of them I have seen, he appears to be more delicately constructed than we, although the basic anatomical features are identical. Identical. I could enter one of their females. Silly, sad creatures on the periphery of the enclosure, bringing us food and checking every so often our elimination functions. So the morning comes. The morning after Plotar's visit. I see my therapist as per schedule. I tell him everything. I tell him of Plotar's plot, his confidences, his plan of organization, and his request. I describe how he wanted me to find places for incendiary plants in the enclosure. In a way, this is bitter for me to say because I still have greater feelings of loyalty to my shipmates than to the aliens who confine us. But sentiment cannot interfere with what I know must be the right. Plotar's plan will fail, and the consequences of this will make life in the enclosure more hideous for most of us than it is already. It will be like the early days. I cannot bear this. I cannot bear the tortures. It is not a question of personal weakness. I have the strength to withstand them if I must, but cannot think of my shipmates suffering. It cannot be. Our early weeks in the enclosure were bad enough, and if they were to recur, it would only destroy what small confidences I hope we have created with this staff. I explain these reasons to my therapist after I have talked sufficiently of the plot. A higher loyalty, I say. Allegiance to a higher necessity. This has been a cruel dilemma for me. Thank you, he says. Thank you for telling me this. I'm very moved by your confidence and will see that no harm comes to you because of this. He cuts our session short, returns me to my room with many new reading materials, and orders not to leave. But later in the morning, I am summoned to his offices again, and his mood is not so reserved. How do we know that you are telling the truth? He wants to know. I realize that we have dealt with each other for quite a long time, but there are other parties involved now. There are other considerations. Behind him, standing in a menacing posture, is another alien wearing a uniform and armaments. He looks at me quietly and with loathing, then turns to whisper a comment to my therapist which I cannot hear. Yes, my therapist says to him in a different voice. Yes, thank you. I understand that perfectly. It's all right. It really is. And then he turns back toward me as if to say something, but before he can, the side door swings open. Plotar is led trembling into the room by two more aliens with armaments. He looks at me without recognition and then lets his gaze sink dully to the floor. He mumbles, scuffs his shoes, shrugs often, and denies everything then as I stand by, not speaking. He states that he had no such conversation with me. He states that we have not dealt with each other for all the time in the enclosure. We never got along well together in the ship culture, and that I, psychically damaged by imprisonment, have probably been dreaming vengeance for a long time. He was master of rituals, an important post which gave him access to the darkest and most necessary reactions. The master of rituals is always hated and feared by those low in the hierarchy. I am far below the midpoint. My breakdown would be understandable. One of the aliens smiles when Plotar is finished and reminds him that our life in the enclosure is constantly monitored and that any record of this alleged conversation would appear on recording devices, visual and oral, which are at this very moment being researched. This is an example of their thoroughness, and he advises Plotar to be reasonable. Plotar backs imperceptibly away from the center of the room where he has been standing and says that he did nothing. He said nothing. There was no such conversation at any time and in any event they have to be lying about the recording devices. They would not expend that much on spying on us. We're not that menacing. We've told you everything you wanted to know. You have utter contempt for us, he says, and then, convulsively, his control seems to break. He hurls himself upon the nearest alien and grapples with him before one of the others knocks him unconscious with an implement. He is dragged from the room, whining piteously like a female, leaving only my therapist, myself, and the single alien who was in the room at the start. It is very quiet, and I avert my eyes, shy at having brought about this catastrophe, but filled with pride as well, because, in the abruptness of his collapse, Plotar has shown his weakness. Our methods must strike you as cruel, Quir, he says, and that is odd to hear, because he never before has suggested that I have any right to make judgments of him. I feel somehow that I must apologize. You know that I'm sorry about this, about your having to witness it, and the other thing, but you did precisely right in coming to me in the first place, and I'm grateful that you've shown this kind of confidence and trust. It means something, it really does. But what I'm trying to say simply is that I'm very moved, and I hope you know that, Quir. Really. It is one of the very few times that he has used my given name, and now in one instant he's used it twice. And oddly, unexpectedly, I am moved as well. I feel an impulse to dissolve and weep before the therapist, and since this is clearly impossible, for what would I be weeping? I turn instead and quickly leave his office. The alien with armaments makes noises behind me, but there is no attempt to retain me in their presence. I can hear them whispering. I return to my room where, for a long time, I look at the ornaments on the walls and think of the old times in the ship society, where Plotar ranked so far above me. But I was barely below the midpoint of the hierarchy. The midpoint was 124, and I fell only 34 places below that, barely a significant statistical variation. It was different then, better in some ways, worse in others, but in all senses overpowering. The more so because, well, before the enclosure, these are the only memories I have. Presumably, there were reasons why I ranked so far below Plotar, but all of them have to do with the forgotten part of my life, and now there seems no way that I will ever retrieve that information. Surely those who assigned the rank had a sense of purpose, had a system. The assigners could not have been capricious. Very far above me, quite beyond, I think of Plotar, now in another part of the enclosure, wrapped in upon himself for the tortures which will follow, and think of him as he was in ship time, so grandiose as to be known only by inference, moving through the corridors in his distracted way, moving toward the rituals and the perishing fire. But I find, as I should have expected, that I am assailed by guilt for what I have done, to Plotar. There is no reason for this. Nevertheless, it is true. I cannot escape a feeling of culpability, no matter how unreasoning and self-punitive. Revolution was insane. I know that. I told him that. It would have failed disastrously, and our lives then would have become wholly untenable once Plotar and those others of whom he spoke were permitted to carry out their abysmal tasks. I do not think that there were many others. It might have been a construction of his damaged ritual master's brain, reconstructing the semblance of right in the enclosure. Nevertheless, I do not understand this. I feel that I had no right to tell them, that I should have sent Plotar instead from my room without promise of assistance to let him find his own fate. He would have been discovered and entrapped, and no one would have been to blame for listening to his mad recitations and not conveying them. Things could have been immeasurably worse for all of us if I had done this, but on the other hand, I have been forced for the first time in many months to re examine my own personality and loyalties, and it is apparent that I did not, in those circumstances, act entirely honorably. It is true. These aliens have penned us, exploited us, deprived us of dignity and knowledge, made us captives and animals, and I should not have gone to them. If the circumstances had been reversed, would they have gone to me? Would they have destroyed a comrade for my sake? I find myself remembering odd things about Plotar. The look in his eyes when he told me of the plan, and the shy, trembling dignity with which he invited me to take a walk with him in the enclosure. I remember that on the ship he was one of the few in the far hierarchy who sought never to offend, and who treated lowers equably and at all times with courtesy. He was the broker of females for us and made sure that the most attractive ones were distributed fairly. I remember his vast medical background, which more than once saved me from unpleasant side effects of the voyage. How he had held me before the ceremonies and told me the sense of the roles that I must play. All of these things I think about, and my contentment has been shattered, the small, even sphere of my life ruptured. The females avoid me. They will no longer come to me. This is the only indication that my behavior has been recognized. How did the word get out? Accosted in the corridors, they regard me with equivocation. A sullen knowledge masses in their eyes. Perhaps I'm suggesting too much here. And they depart in haste. My tentative proposals are met with astonishment, my fumbling premonitory clasps with flight. This is the worst of all, because the liaisons with the females have been one of the few comforts available to me in the enclosure. Although I seemed to take so little pleasure in them, I reread these notes constantly. I go over things. I try to maintain a sense of the past, since the earlier one was so cruelly stolen. I did not realize until they were lost how dependent I was upon them, the sheer emptiness of my need. My therapist promised me his confidence. "Do not worry," he said at the start of our next regular session. "Everything is perfectly routine. We will go back to the subject areas explored. What you have done is known only to a few of us on the higher staff levels, and to Plotar himself, who is now confined by himself and will never again be released. No word of your sacrifice will reach your fellows, even though I think they would honor you for your courage. Do not be afraid. You can trust us to protect you in all instances. No reference will ever be made to this again, and my notes are closed." Yet, somehow, the females know. Perhaps some of Plotar's associates have been seized and, before departing, have been able to suggest the identity of the betrayer. I do not know this. I have missed no one on this level. If Plotar had any associates, they were scattered far from the females with whom I deal. Yet these females will no longer accept me. Something terrible has happened. And so, in mind, in necessity, I have prepared 1,000 justifications, which I only wish I could give them. Explanations to the females as to why I took the course I did and for what reason. The basic motives. But I have not been able to bring any of these explanations to their attention. They will not stay long enough. They will not listen. They will not listen. They shrink, and then they are gone. Do I hear laughter or cries in the distance? Pity Quir. He is a simple creature with limited desires. It was not megalomania which set him upon this course, but only concern and generosity. I do not think that I believe any of this. I feel that I have done Plotar a terrible injustice. I will say it now, for no one will ever read these notes. They're private and cryptic in my own hand. I wish that there were some way out of the enclosure, because no less than any of my shipmates, I despise the conditions of our lives and dream of freedom. Yes, if there were some likely way out of the enclosure, I would seize that way and lead the revolution. But I am trapped by the complexities of the sane. I remain sensible. I see ranges of meaning where Plotar saw nothing. There is no way out. I know, somehow, that Plotar is dead. He died at just this instant, as I wrote the line, "There is no way out." There is a strange connection between Master of the Rituals and his brethren. That beat within me that was his heart has stopped. We are all at the mercy of the therapists. I wish now that I could tell him that. "Listen, Plotar," I would point out. "These therapists who control our lives are themselves in the hands of others. They do not have any authority. If they did, they would have released us a long time ago. They care, they are concerned, they have the interests of ourselves at heart, and such caring men would not entrap us here. Is that not right, Plotar? My therapist says that he wants me released. Would I be here if he could do this? They, no less than we, appear to have a hierarchical system. The therapists occupy at a lesser rank, and if this is so, what are our options? What prerogatives do we have? What, Plotar, can we do?" But he is no longer here, and I did not say that. Plotar is dead. He died several minutes ago as I wrote the line, "There is no way out." There is no way out. If we could manage our escape, if we had alternatives, I would exercise these because I sincerely want my brothers and shipmates freed. I want my own freedom. But I see no way. I am a sensible man. I would not have been assigned to this project, I'm sure, if I were not only brilliantly equipped in my field, but also possessed of patience and vision. We were sent for all contingencies. I believe in patience and vision. If I had not betrayed Plotar's plan, our lives here would have been ever more terrible. I did not want this. I am a reasoning man, circumspect, patient. I investigate the long run. There is no reason for this suffering, even though I can no longer bear it. Females dart from me in the corridor as if in gel. Very well, then. Very well. I will plan my own revolt. I will organize and then execute. Only in that fashion can I show my shipmates that I have their interests at heart, and that there are no sins, none at all, none whatsoever, for which I must atone. This will prove the justice of my case. I call a meeting. I allow the word to be dispersed through the corridors and enclaves of the enclosure that I wish to see all interested parties in my rooms at a specified time the following evening. I call the meeting by seizing females in the corridors, whispering random, horrid confidences in their ears, speeding them on their way. Even though I have lost the ability to entice, I can still induce them to convey my message. I do not know how many to expect, nor do I know if word will leak to the therapists. I make routine preparations in my rooms, the clearing of furniture, the borrowing of certain odd pieces from the day rooms, the assembly of posted limits for squatting on the floor. I envision a crowd of somewhere between 10 and 20, although this may be less. For all I know, no one will come at all. If I have been indeed marked as a traitor, they may see my meeting as merely a trap for other renegades to be discovered and imprisoned. I do not care. I am beyond all common considerations of remorse. I've become a revolutionary, moved free, past the simple burdens of conscience and calculation. To be a revolutionary like Plotar, I now understand, is to disregard all mannerisms and reaction, even one's own. I bustle through my meeting with my therapist on the following day, paying little attention to the materials we discuss, the words of praise he affixes to me like a medal. At the end of our interview, he tells me that a special commendation will be entered in my records for, quote, saving your people, end quote. I thank him absently, my mind and reflexes already foregathered to other issues. No longer am I interested in his approval. Thank you, I say distantly in order not to offend. I am pleased that the experimentation has turned out so well. In his chair, he quivers slightly, his eyes going to blank. I mean that the investigation goes so well. His features dissolve, and I begin to make apologies for my absent air, explain that I have been under a great deal of pressure since the confrontation with Plotar, although I am now well over it. I thank you for the commendations, I say, and he nods blindly, staggers to his feet, tells me that we may terminate the session early today in light of my condition and in deference to my sacrifice. We'll go over all of this in more detail tomorrow, he says kindly and leads me to the door. It occurs to me that he is as anxious for the session to end as was I. No matter. I return to my rooms, prepare for the encounter. On the walls I've tacked various freehand portraits provided me by my therapist some time ago. Pictures, he says, of our home planet, which were confiscated by the landing crew, but which, as a gesture of favor, he is now giving me. They depict pastoral scenes, people who look like us in various peasant circumstances under a pair of suns, one purple, one orange. We come, I am led to understand, from an unusual dual system planet which alternately circles two stars. Underneath these drawings I place certain sketches of my own, and then, as an additional gesture of hospitality, I prepare extra coffee and open up a hidden coffer of cigarettes, which I distribute variously around the room. I then sit and prepare myself for my guests, so filled with nervous anxiety by this time that I even neglect these notes, which consequently are running somewhat further behind the event than is customary. I must speed through the following portions accordingly in order to become current. I want them to be no more than 12 hours separate from the events they describe at any given time. Only in that fashion can I impart a necessary sense of urgency and, in the bargain, make sure that in their honesty, abruptness, and faithfulness to the recollected and not forgotten facts, they become the true and final defense of my position. Shortly before the hour of summoning, the first arrive. They are 3 sullen females, none of them familiar to me, all of them giving me coy, stricken looks behind their gestures. I am led to understand by these gestures that somehow my reputation has spread beyond this immediate section of the enclosure as a seducer of females, and if those immediately around me are no longer interested, they are. They are also surpassingly ugly in only the way that bottom females in the hierarchy can be. I wave them off with a tilt of the hand, a berserk gleaming of the eyes, and point out that I have other more serious business to discuss this evening. Perhaps some other time. Perhaps they would care to wait for the meeting itself to evolve, as I have certain things of interest to say. They shrug. One of them leaves, but 2 of them stay and sit quietly, huddling toward one another, looking at me quizzically. They take my cigarettes and begin to smoke them vigorously, choking in small spasms. Others arrive, male this time. I do not recognize them, although the dull shocks of implantation give me their exact spots in the hierarchy. 200, 204, 215. The below 200s tend to mix in tight clusters of conterminity. Perhaps my appeal for a meeting has not lent itself to the higher segments of the population. On the other hand, the old hierarchy has been abolished, and I remind myself that whatever my private feelings are, a 204 can be as worthy as a 3. Still more come, males and females together this time in a straggling group. Then, after a short pause, 2 more males and we're done. In the waiting interim, I become bustling, gratuitous, my eyes doubtless moving beyond the gleam of the berserk to the cunning of the trapped, and I beg them for just a few more moments, just a slight additional sampling of time to see if certain others who are committed will come. All of them rank lower in the hierarchy than I do, which gives me a feeling of strength and control I would not have believed. Only the female, 161, coming latest of all and refusing a seat, standing haughtily by the door, shakes my composure. "I thought it was you, Quir," she said. "No names were given, but I instantly suspected that this would be your ploy. Understand me, I won't hear a word of it." And adjusts herself to freeze, staring past me with some contempt at the paintings. Something like a feather tickles the base of my brain frantically, and only with effort do I retain my composure. I have the feeling that my relationship with 161 predates even the ship. Perhaps sensing me think this, she laughs, and I turn on her in fury. "There's no need for that," I say. "I've called you fools together for your own good, not for mine. We're going to systematize and we're going to get out of here." They turn to me with glaring interest, and I realize that, however inadvertently, I have begun my speech, my presentation. Cigarettes move like moths through the air. They murmur. There are perhaps as many as 15 to 20 in the room, a better showing than I might have expected. Since it seems that I've begun, there is nothing to do but continue. "Yes," I say, "I have gathered you here to plan and organize a revolt so that we may escape the enclosure. Not 3 days ago, one whom all of you may know, Plotar, came to these rooms with a similar offer, and I dismissed him. His plan was so far-fetched, so unsystematized, so doomed to failure, that I could not take it seriously. So I sent him from here, and he came to a bad end, just as I predicted for him. But this time we'll do it right." "You betrayed him," someone says. I turn toward the voice, but cannot find the source. It was not 161 who, deadly cold, regards me from the doorway, daring my gaze. "You betrayed Plotar," the voice says again, and I pin it to one of the males nearest me. "Now you've brought us together with a false plot to find out which of us are vulnerable to such a proposal, and you will betray them as well. You know what is going on." "That is not true," I say. Sooner or later this had to emerge. It is best that it do so now, at the beginning, so that my credibility can be established. I did not betray him. That is a rumor spread by his sympathizers who cannot accept the fact that he betrayed himself. His was a fool's plan. I have come to seize the initiative from him and to do it right. We can escape the enclosure, but we cannot do it by dreams. We must plan, and we must be aware of the difficulties. "You're a liar," the male says. "We know that you betrayed him. Everybody does. We came tonight to see if you would have the audacity to deny it." "Stop this," 161 says unexpectedly. "Leave him alone. Can't you see that if he has the courage to face us like this, he cannot possibly be guilty? Even if you won't admit that, at least listen to him. We can't go on like this forever." I give 161 a look of gratitude, but her face is averted when I do so, and I wind up looking instead at a piece of wall, gray and flecked, the metal of the enclosure burning through. "All right," I say. "That is the issue, then, to trust me or not, to listen to my plan or not. Those of you who do not trust me can leave now. At least I'm going to offer you hope. We can't live this way forever." Several begin to murmur again, but no one moves toward the door. 161, with an immensely casual gesture, spreads her arms and acts as an informal barricade, the cigarette dangling from the center of her face. A moment or two, several beats of the internal register pass. "Yes," I say. "I gather, then, that you're here to listen and to hear my plan. From this room we can shape a cadre which will carry us forward and out of the enclosure in a measurable period of time. Maybe weeks, maybe as little as days, if you attend closely." "I don't believe you, Quir," the male says. "None of us believe you. Talk if you want, but there's nothing you can say that will make any difference." Nevertheless, their faces foregather in the nearness, damp clusters of white pressing in on me. "Tell me," their eyes say, "tell me how you can be believed." "I'm going to tell you," I say. "I'm going to show you a way out of the enclosure, and you will accept me as your leader, and together we will become free again and do to these oppressors what they have done to us." Perhaps I have gone too far. Perhaps I should not have pushed the issue of my leadership so quickly. I am, after all, only 158th in a demolished hierarchy. On the other hand, I easily outrank almost everyone in the room and am slightly ahead of 161. I hold the moment, watch it shimmer between us, without further pause, outline to them the plan by which we can reclaim our accustomed position. "Because," I say to begin, "because those who sent us here, for whatever purposes, surely would not have wanted us penned like pigs to disgorge our knowledge only through the influence of pain. They envisioned something different for us. We must return. We must return and tell them what manner of creatures they're dealing with, so that their beneficence will never again be so misplaced, and so that we may take just measures to protect ourselves against this barbarous race, which is so technologically advanced now and may soon come to destroy our helpless brothers." I will tell of my plan shortly. I will return to the meeting and outline the details of the plan as I had worked it out in the hours before. It is an excellent plan and surely cannot fail. Right now, however, I must vault ahead in time. I tumble in eagerness to speak what happened to me after the meeting. 161 stayed behind after the others had left. I closed my door and extinguished the lights, and then had her sexually on my bed without words, endearments, or preparation. This was what I had been waiting for. I had felt the sense of her need overtaking me through the latter stages of the meeting, and knew, once she stayed behind, seduction would be unnecessary. She collapsed under me, groaning, yielding, her body soft and wet under the hard surfaces of her apparel and manner, and I entered her, crying, screaming, already at the apex of my insistence, and without a word between us. I grabbed her, seized her, poked and entered her with a righteous slamming rod, and for the first time, fucking her on the bed, groaning, wordless, I felt a surge of desire, real desire, a feeling which reduced what I had had with the other females to the feeble twitchings of impotence which it must have been. I felt the desire taking me like flame, and fought it only briefly, then dove into the center, and at the center she was there waiting for me, her mouth open, her thighs drawn, her breasts heavy and pendant, swinging above my mouth, and I reached toward them, took squeezed, buried my teeth around the nipples in an effort to give her hurt as she had given me vulnerability, and she took all the pain as if it were the most delicate of caresses, and drew me into the fire, the two of us bucking and fighting against the flames, and finally overcome, falling great distances, and back then to my humble bed, where I found myself still pinned on her in the position of desire, gripped between her thighs, waiting. And I moved, then, to withdraw from her, but found that she would not let me. Her thighs closed like metal across my softness, and held me in there like the most delicate of flowers. I pounded and pummeled again for simple release, until at last, with a cry, she opened and disgorged me, sending me staggering to one side, then off the bed, while still deep within herself she moaned and groaned so piteously that at last I had to help her in the few ambitious ways that I know, and at last passed her a cigarette, and then she was quiet. "Who would have known?" she said. "Who would have known?" And then lay quietly and said, "I don't believe you, Quir. I think that you are entirely mad. And who would have thought that we would have been so easily corrupted? God, it's insane. These bodies, these assignments that they have made for us, they must be as demented as we've become. But it's good, Quir. It's good. You have no understanding of how it can be. The sheer goodness of it all. And finally, don't call me 161 anymore. I'm not 161. Call me by my name. Call me Nala." "Nala," I say, reaching toward her again. "Nala," and perform once again the ponderous acts of generation upon her, sliding over the smooth emptiness of her surfaces, penetrating and burrowing to the hidden parts of her, shouting her name into the moist air which surrounds us. But all the time, some part of me, some part of my consciousness, remains detached with the precision of the therapist. Like the therapist, I evaluate her mood, her need, her position as I dive upon her, and as I do so, as this part of me continues its calculation, I realize that the aliens have made us more like them than we can ever know, and that a taste for calculation, once acquired, can never be lost. "Nala," I say, sweeping into her. "Nala." All of this happened after the meeting. I do not know whether Nala and I now have what could be called a relationship. I do not feel any closer to her than to the other females I've had over these months, but on the other hand, she seems to feel that I have made certain commitments, and in any event we are bound together now by the rigors of the plot. After I had made my true position clear to them, I began to explain my plan. I had spent many hours prior to the meeting thinking over this plan and knew that it sounded credible. They became very quiet and listened to me without comment or response. I knew by their muteness that I had assumed control of the situation. They had come to mock and accuse me, and they had been converted to auditors. Knowledge is the better part of collaboration, something which I've learned only this evening to be true. Once something is apprehended, it can never be discarded. "We must escape," I said to them. "We must escape from the enclosure and return to our ship, which, I am told, is still in excellent condition only a few miles from here. Plotar was wrong, however, in assuming that escape would be easy, or that the proper method would be first to assume command of the enclosure. We cannot ever take over the enclosure. They have their devices here, and I am sure that they could paralyze or kill us at will if we became restive. Rather, we must leave the enclosure. We must plan to leave in small groups of 3s and 4s, making our way to the ship. We cannot celebrate our plan, and we must discard any idea of supplanting the oppressors or their own terrain. We must think in terms of fleeing the enclosure rather than conquering it. The enclosure cannot be conquered. That is the first thing that must be understood. As long as we remain here, we are fully at their mercy. I paused for comment, found none, waited for only an instant before continuing. The ship can be run with very few of us, I'm sure, I pointed out. Its devices were largely automatic. Only a fraction of us had anything to do with its functioning in space. A small group of us can return to the ship, seal ourselves in, and by using automatic controls, return to our star. There we will be able to tell them what has happened to us, pick up reinforcements, find armaments. We will return then to this planet and rescue our brothers. If they notice we are gone, 161 says. I was still calling her 161 then. If we actually manage to escape, they will hold the others hostage. They may kill them out of vengeance. No, they won't, I assure her. I've given all of this much thought, and I tell you that they will not do so. They need us too much. They're still making use of our information. The information we give them is reconstructing this planet. They cannot spare even one more of us because each of us possesses unique information, a particular speciality. By reducing the pool through escaping, we will only make them more desperate to recover information from those who remain. They will increase security, but they will harm no one. How can you be sure of this? One of the males said. What are your qualifications? I have thought deeply of this. I have made reconnaissance. For a long time I've been hatching this plot. It was sheer coincidence that Plotar came to me when he did. I was ready to bring this plan into action shortly. I do not believe you. I see no reason to believe you. I think that you are lying. All of those who think I am lying may leave this room, I said. I moved toward one of the walls, backed myself into a particularly attractive painting of several domestic animals, surrounded by representational figures who appeared to be conversing with them. The edges of the picture jutted into my spine, further stiffened my aspect, and I could tell that, from the front anyway, I looked imposing. I have no need to prove my veracity to you. What is the alternative? I can offer you hope. Systematization, the beginnings of a plan. I can offer you science, forethought, the intricacies which I have worked out myself. What could Plotar offer but dreams? We are captives. We are totally at the mercy of these oppressors. I am offering at least some of us a way to strike back. Do you want to be slaves? The male shook his head and muttered something. Repeating himself, he said, I still don't trust you. I believe that you betrayed Plotar and that you have now come to betray us all. Whatever you say can be dangerous. Prove your intentions. How can I prove my intentions? He can't prove his intentions, 161 said from the door. You have to trust him. It's quite possible that he's working in tandem with the therapist to betray us. We have no way of knowing that. What's the difference? What are we offered now? I appreciate that, I said. There's nothing to appreciate. I'm only telling these fools the truth. Whether or not you can offer anything, what do we have? They're not going to release us. Don't you realize that? All of you. Certain hints and indications my therapist has dropped show what's going on. They will extract every last vital bit of information from us and then kill us. With their new technology, they plan then to go back to our home and kill everyone, wipe out our race. Those are their real and undisguised plans, and nothing can change them. Thank you, I say to her. I'm only trying to make that point myself. Don't thank me. I'm telling these fools the truth, whether or not they want to listen. The truth is not a favor. Now, if you want to say it. We can't be harangued indefinitely. Yes, the male says. All right, tell us your plan. Tell us how you intend to escape. Not as a group, I say. There may well be a spy or several infiltrators in this meeting. I will not present it to all of you at once. What then? I will meet with you individually through the evenings that follow. One by one, you will come to these rooms and I will brief you. Each of you will have a part to play. All of you will collaborate on your individual parts, but only I will know the grand scheme. This is for your protection. In less than 3 weeks, we will be prepared to begin. That is not satisfactory, the male said. I do not accept this. I want you to tell us now. Then I accuse you of being a spy for the therapists, I said quite carefully. For if you were not, you would understand the wisdom of this approach. Of course, I'm not going to tell you the plan in detail now. The monitors would pick up everything. The monitors would pick up everything anyway, one of them says. We're constantly observed. They may well be watching us at this instant. Already we're almost doomed by being here, so why won't you speak? The monitors are not attended. Everything we say and do is on tape, but the tapes are audited only occasionally. Everything is on automatic. They do not observe us. If we do nothing to attract attention, what we say is safe. I don't trust you, the male said. Then leave. It is time for all of you to leave. Have nothing further to do with me. That's all. Dismiss me as a traitor. Be content to remain in the enclosure for the rest of your lives. And then be killed, 161 said. We exchanged a nod of sympathy, a ringing look of connection across the room, and in the sudden opening of her eyes I could sense desire, could sense that in some profound way we were in accord, and at that moment made plans to approach her after the meeting. I decided to end the meeting. That is all for now, I said. I will speak to you individually later, and we will not meet again until we have reclaimed the ship. Quickly, I made arrangements, appointments for all of them to visit me on succeeding evenings, one by one. Only the male, who had protested, did not accept an appointment, but stated that he was not a traitor. He would keep confidence of the meeting. The others accepted appointments without dispute and made threatening remarks to the male, stating that if we were apprehended, he would be known to be responsible. The male became very quiet and left without further remarks. One by one, all of the others then left, repeating their appointment dates to themselves. At length, only Nala and I were left in the room, after which the events I have already described took place. In the morning, when I see my therapist again, I am preoccupied. I am unable to concentrate on the interview, and even the information I disgorge when the blocks are removed is perfunctory, superficial, lacks insight. My therapist becomes restless and says that he understands my situation, but the research cannot be stopped for anything. They are too close to breakthroughs in many fields and cannot allow anything to come between us and those achievements. I realize that you're under strain, my therapist says, and no one could be more sympathetic than I, but this cannot go on. You will have to keep your mind on business, and you will have to concentrate. Otherwise, the people who review our interviews will become displeased. They are already displeased. They are suggesting that I do not hesitate to use drastic measures if you do not cooperate. I'm sorry, I say. It is best to never argue with the therapists. This gets one nowhere, and in the bargain, my therapists and I have always had a satisfactory relationship. I'll do the best I can. I'm sorry about this, he says, suddenly apologetic. I realize that I sound ungrateful so soon after what you have done for us, but the work must go on. I am afraid that there are rather selfish people above me who will stop at nothing to get the work done. We do the best we can for you. We act as your mediators, but we must constantly produce results, or our efforts on your behalf are meaningless. The work is moving forward. Besides that, the sooner the work is completed, the sooner you will be released. My therapist favors me with a massive wink, and in the abscess of eye, the sudden glassing of eyeball as it darts from me between shafts of light, I understand that he is very frightened, possibly as frightened as I am, and that somehow he has been implicated by the entire incident involving Plotar. Perhaps he is felt to be culpable in some way, inasmuch as his patient was the one who brought this to their attention. This is the way they would think. I'll try, I say, and begin to talk spontaneously upon certain aspects of igneous formation, an area on which my knowledge and their curiosity seem limitless. I'll certainly try, I say in the middle of my ramblings. I'll do my best to give you what you want. But for all my earnest efforts, I have the feeling that the information I am giving is useless, redundant, superfluous, and at this feeling of shame I try even harder, but something throughout is blocking me, and from the expression of my therapist's eyes, I can see somehow that I failed him. For you, his pained eyes are saying, for you, I have sacrificed myself. And I feel shame, because despite my newfound desire to escape the enclosure, I still feel sympathy for him and would not, for anything, hurt him. That night, I have a liaison again with Nala. She is the first female since ship time that I've seen consecutively, and from the way in which we meet, the way in which we speechlessly gather unto one another and have sex in my rooms before anything else, I can tell that the feelings I have for her are not false, and that we are involved. It feels peculiar to be involved with a female. She bites my ear, leaves small marks trailing down my body, does strange things to my groin during intercourse that make it palpitate even moments afterward with a feeling of displacement. Afterward, we talk, very quietly, underneath the bedclothing, instinctively trying to conceal our voices from the monitors. You have no plan yet, do you? She says. You don't know exactly what you're going to do. I see no reason to deny her. Tomorrow night, the individual meetings will begin, I say, and by that time I will have thought of something. I'm considering several alternatives already. It was marvelous, the way in which you moved them. These are creatures living without hope. They were far down in the hierarchy. They are so unspeakably limited that they can see nothing but circumstance. Nevertheless, you changed them. They believe now in your plan. I will not fail them. I understand you, Nala says, touching my ear. You are a traitor. You betrayed Plotar. You turned him over to the administration. I try to make protesting sounds, but she covers my mouth gently. No, she says, that is all right. I do not hate you. Now you are overtaken by remorse. You feel guilty. Therefore you wish to create your own plan and escape so that you will not think of yourself eternally as a betrayer. That is all right. That is to be expected. I do not care. I understand you, she says again. I understood you from the moment I first saw you months ago. Do you know that you had sex with me once? Do you remember? Of course, I mumble. No, you don't. You're lying. You remembered nothing. You made quick contacts and were gone. Nothing could touch you, although I tried. But I respected you. I respected the effort you were making. The rest of us had given up, but you were still trying to deal with the enclosure. I knew that sometime we would meet again. All right, I say, shaken by the knowledge that I had possessed her before and not remembered it. All right. I believe that you can do anything you want to do. You have more capacity than the rest of us. The rest of us, even those high in the order, are manipulated, have no initiative, are merely collaborators. But you are something else. You are interesting to me. Tell me your plans. I am evolving them. You're evolving nothing. You do not have the gift of forethought. You create as you go along. You had no understanding of what you would actually do in that meeting until you did it. Yet it worked. That is why you are right for the enclosure, because you live only in the present, creating responses as you go along. Without imagination, confined to the enclosure as you are, you can do better than the rest of us. She begins to fumble with my ear urgently, run her hand across my thighs. This excites me, she says. You excite me. It is perverse, but I desire you. I want you for these qualities. I want you again. I mount her, anxious now to quiet her and to avoid this uncomfortable line of insight, but she is insistent. She will not permit me to be perfunctory, and I feel myself once again moving toward her center. It seems impossible that I will be able, once again, to perform with her. My capacities are not limitless, but somehow, in the darkness, I'm surrounded by a pinwheel of energy, small flashes of fire, and so I do what I must as Nala gathers herself to me, groaning, then flings herself away like a damp sheet, sated. Ah, she says. Ah, the release of it. Quir. Your name is Quir, is it not? I heard you called that. My name is Quir. You must find us a way to escape, Quir. I came to you equivocally, not wanting to believe, but now I feel I must. You are our last hope. If you cannot find a way to escape, we will remain in the enclosure forever. I will find a way, I say. I am evolving a plan. At this moment, the plan is taking shape. I must have time to think, but where are the higher ones in the hierarchy? Why were none of them at the meeting? She says nothing, and I feel that somehow I have hurt her. Then she answers, and her tone is not accusing. There is no way that they would have come, she says. They have all become fully the property of the masters. They have the most to lose, you see. They want to believe that we will be free again, and when we are, they will reclaim their places in the hierarchy. Only those with nothing left to lose can be daring, except for Plotar. Plotar did not believe them anymore and was willing to risk everything. And now he is dead. How do you know that? I know it, she says. I know it. The master of the rituals is dead. Hold me, Quir. Hold me. And I hold her, unspeaking for a long time, feeling the boards and planes of her hard body against mine while I revolve slowly in the bed, looking at the ceiling and trying to formulate my plan. I feel that there is a tube extending from the ceiling, a black monitor of a funnel seizing my very thoughts, to say nothing of what has gone on in this bed, but the monitor is speechless for now and without observation. For you, I say, raising a hand toward the monitor. For you. And puzzled by what I am saying, allow myself to slide into sleep, piece by piece, like a man letting go of a bulkhead in small stages. When I awaken, Nala is gone. In sleep, I have another dream about life before ship time. It is as if on some level the blocks are going down, were never meant to hold for years, and in small bits and pieces, my past needles through a curtain, trying to overtake me. I remember cities, metal, machines, the sound of this machinery as it filled the nests of the city, and in the dream, I seem to be controlling it. I am the controller of the machinery. Carefully, I adjust tensors, lights, threads, make connections, and the machinery moves under my touch, trembles with power, and begins to move. I sense that it is doing something, that I'm commanding a technology which is changing the face of the city, and for an instant I can see myself, can sense myself poised before gauges, leaning forward, squinting into the darkness, taking readings while others gather around me and watch my efforts. But as I am on the very precipice of insight, as it seems that just one more instant will flood the scene with light and I will be able to see what I have done, it all moves away from me, and I awaken shaking and confused, no more aware of what has been happening than I was at the beginning. The image tantalizes me, myself as a controller of machinery. I try to burrow myself back into the dream and find the image again, but I cannot. It is evasive, and I find that sleep at last leaves me entirely. I get up from the bed, close the door which Nala had left open behind her, and return to these notes, trying to get things up to date. In the middle of transcription, I suddenly see the plan for the escape. It is delivered to me wholly and without equivocation, all of it bursting like a flower within my mind, and I sit in stunned awe, staggered by its profundity. I consider all of the facets of the plan which my subconscious has delivered unto me, and it is surely workable, surely felicitous. It cannot fail if well executed. I wish that Nala were there so that I could share it with her, but she is gone, and I am not sure of her cubicle or dormitory. So I sit in the coming light for a while, thinking of the plan to myself, and occasionally writing another line for these notes, so that the past will not slip hopelessly behind me, no record ever to be made of what I have done, and the timeless justification of my lot. Several uniformed aliens visit me in my rooms. They state that they are on an inspection tour, a relatively common undertaking. At least 5 or 6 times a year we are subjected to inspection tours, particularly when the therapists, by some sleight of hand or eye, manage to let us know that the higher administration is not entirely pleased with our revelations. "Tell me," one of the aliens says, looking at my room, the pictures on the walls, the vagrant books here and there on the shelves, the thin layer of dust on the furniture. "Are you happy here? Do you have any complaints?" "I want to be free," I say. The inspection tour is almost a ritual. Certain responses are customary. "I want to know when we will be permitted to return home. I want to know whether or not the ship is safe." "Yes, we understand that," the alien says. "We know that you want to be free. That does not concern us. Are you well cared for here? Do you feel that your needs are attended? Are you satisfied with your therapist?" "Yes," I say. "Yes, I am satisfied with everything. My needs are tended, but I want to be free." "Why are there gaps in your information? Why are you holding back certain details from us?" "I am holding back nothing." "We've reviewed the transcripts very carefully. The experiments do not go forward. It is all your fault." The aliens who conduct the inspection tours are not technicians, but by talking in this fashion they become more immediately threatening. "What are you holding out on us?" "I am holding out nothing. I tell my therapist everything he wants to know." "Do you want a new therapist? Do you feel it would be better if someone more forceful were given you?" "No," I say. "I am satisfied with my therapist. We are making good progress. I answer everything that he asks me and hold back nothing." "I don't think you understand," a somewhat larger, far more menacing alien says. He removes some weaponry from the belt around his waist, looks at it, shows it to me. We are not as interested in your welfare as in ours. Things are not moving ahead satisfactorily. We want to know why. We cannot tolerate this forever. I'm doing the best I can, I say. At one time, these inspection tours terrified me until I came to understand, through certain hints given me by my therapist and certain assumptions which I was able to make on my own, that their function was purely administrative and had little to do with the normal course of our lives. The therapists remain in sole control of the information retrieval process. The immediate staff controls our lives, but every so often, higher levels think that the therapists and others are trying to trick them and thus assert their own authority. I lost my fear of the inspections when I understood that under no circumstances would an alien ever willingly sacrifice any of us. Each of us possessed too much valuable knowledge of a specialty, and there was little overlap in our various fields. They could only cost themselves a great deal of information by killing any of us. Nevertheless, this calm insight, this reflective logic, does not remove the fact of physical terror, the revulsion I feel toward these uniformed ones who lack the wise patience of the therapists. Perhaps the uniformed ones are even right. They are the basic aliens, and the therapists simply collaborators, more like us than them. I do the best I can, I repeat. We are running out of patience, the menacing alien says. We can kill all of you and never notice the difference. We have been very tolerant of you. We have taken more time than you deserve. Do you realize that this has gone on for almost 3 of our years, and we are still not at the bottom of it? You must accelerate. We can kill you like roaches. There is no need for this, the other alien says more quietly and gives me an encouraging tap on the hand. My colleague possibly overstates the case. We are very grateful for what you've told us already and have learned much. But the longer you take to tell us all you know, the longer we have to keep you in the enclosure. This takes time away from us as well, you see. We have no more love for the enclosure than you do. We would like to close it and go back to our own homes. But we cannot as long as you make it necessary for you to stay here. I can only try, I say. I try not to sound sullen or resentful. This can only recreate antagonism and possibly the tortures. And I am doubly bound to mildness because I cannot in any way give them a hint of my plans. Nevertheless, it is agony to be submissive before creatures such as this. If we had our memories returned, we would surely know that we are superior. That is all we ask, the alien says. He claps his hands, shrugs, looks around the room. You have special quarters here, he says. The majority of your shipmates do not live nearly so well, you know. I was granted them. It is a privilege that you have been given. We could place you back in a dormitory. I would rather not be in a dormitory. But we won't because we still value your cooperation. Otherwise, the alien says, looking to the floor, otherwise, are you content here? Yes. Do you find the meals adequate, the staff satisfactory? The circumstances comfortable? Do you have any illnesses? We never have any illnesses. Yes, I know that. But you might, the menacing alien says, nodding at the others. The others, who have been standing silently against the wall, fondling their armaments, nod. You might indeed. Enough of this, the other alien says. Strictly routine, he murmurs, brushing against me as he turns to leave the room. The aliens leave single file, the last of them not closing my door as he goes into the hall. Down the way I can hear them talking to another of us, one whose voice I do not recognize. "Are you happy here?" they are asking. And, "Don't you think you'd rather cooperate than be beaten?" And at the realization, which I knew all along anyway, that none of this is personal, I permit myself to relax, close the door, and return to my tasks. The inspection tour is over for a while. Before there is another, we will have fled, leaving those who remain to other investigations that, as far as I am concerned, are strictly their problem. The plan is stark in its simplicity, therefore it must work. We will wander in groups of twos and threes down the alleyways of the enclosure and finally mass at the furthest point before surveillance. I've only been there once, escorted by my therapist early in our relationship, so that I could see the hopelessness of escape, and found a massive door presided over by two guards who shuddered when they saw me. They will protect the enclosure's integrity at any cost, my therapist assured me, and I believed that they would, and wished that my own integrity would have such defenses. They raised their armaments as if to shoot, and only my therapist's raised hands and rapid assurances caused them to desist. We will meet en masse at this outer limit, 15 to 20 of us, and by sheer force of numbers will overtake the defenders. First, using our persuasive powers and all that we have learned about the aliens' psychology, we will attempt to woo them with sympathy for our position. We'll advise them of our torment, our pain, our need to escape or die. We will tell them tales of our home planet, all invented, of course, since we still will not have our memories, in order to cause them to feel pity and at last overwhelm them through sheer sentiment. If this does not work, and even if it does, we will overpower the guards and, using their armaments, make our way out of the enclosure. From there we will be able to locate our ship by sight, since, even at a distance of many miles, its size will surely be visible against the sky. Using the armaments to protect ourselves and our position, we will make our way to the ship. Once aboard, all entrances will be sealed, and we will then be able to leave without fear. It is a simple plan, simple and bare in its outlines, but bound to work in terms of everything we've learned about the way in which the aliens think. Surely, despite the inspection tours, their surveillance must be weak after 2 years and 4 months. We have never before made a serious attempt to escape. The brutality and intimidation of the inspection tours indicate that they hold us in contempt and do not take the possibility of an escape seriously. Therefore, they can so cheaply scatter threats. The plan will work. It came to me in the aftermath of a dream, and I know that it cannot fail. Past hypnotherapy, past all the blocks which have been implanted, the undiscovered part of me remains, pure and functioning, and it is upon that part that I rely. Before ship time, I must have been a leader, an important personality in whatever scheme I occupied. Now, even though my memory has been taken from me by my own people and I've been entrapped by ship and by aliens for almost 3 years, I remain what I was, and in that simple reliance have found a strength that I did not know before existed. We will overpower the guards, and we will be free. Nala has nothing to do with the invention of the plan, although I admit that she has touched me in ways that I had not known existed in the enclosure. And for her, as much as for Plotar's memory, I want the plan to succeed. I want to be beside her when we return and our memories are replaced. I want to see what she looks like then. That should be worth all the risks taken, to touch her in the act of memory retrieval, and to feel the snakes of recollection moving underneath her flesh. I feel that my memory is returning, Nala says to me. This is some hours after my first meeting of conspiracy, deep in the night. The meeting of conspiracy has gone well. The male who came, number 234, swore allegiance to the plan, and whispered that he had been, in private, developing his musculature for a year for just such a possibility. Now I am with her again and almost utterly relaxed, ready to listen to her with an intentness I have previously only suggested. In small parts, now and then, I think that I remember how it was before the ship. The blocks must be breaking down. I have small bursts of utter recollection. Is this happening to you? A little, I say. Every now and then, I too think that the blocks are breaking down. They were not meant to be permanent or to stand up for this long. But I think, she says, rubbing a hand over my groin, I think that it would be better if the blocks had remained, because I do not like what I'm seeing. I do not like the memories. It is painful to me, and I cannot bear it. Why? I don't know. I don't even know if I want to talk about it. I do not yet trust you enough. What do I know of you? You may be a traitor. But this excites you. Yes, she says, grasping me and squeezing. Yes, that excites me very much. I have discovered a great deal about myself since we first met. Her voice modulates, then slackens, and I think that she has stopped talking for the moment. But then, after some wavering, it picks up again, and I understand that she is in a different mood. That she is indeed now telling me of her recollections. I see myself lying on a table, she says. I'm in a laboratory of some sort, although it may merely be an official room in a bureaucracy. There is a helmet on my head. My clothing is white and thin. I am draped up to the neck, but my face is covered with jelly for the helmet. They are talking to me. They are telling me that I am to know certain things, to be able to reveal certain things. Every now and then something within the helmet jolts me, and I gasp. Learn botany, they are saying to me. Learn plant culture. It is important to know plant culture. It is a basic science. Recite again the various categories of flora on their planet. I begin to recite for them, but am interrupted by laughter in the background. Someone in the room is laughing at me. I try to turn my head to see who this is and why, but as I do so, pain goes through me, and I find that my head is rigid. They are laughing at me as they teach me flora. The strangeness of this overtakes me, and I realize something which makes it all comprehensible. What? I say when she pauses. What do you see? Nothing else. That's all. That's as far as I can go. The helmet and the laughter and the voice about botany, as much as I try, I can take it no further. But it's part of my past. I know that it's part of my past. Her voice is suddenly pleading. Isn't it? Isn't it coming back to you that way? Not so complete, I say. Not scenes, not whole pieces of action like you describe, just little impressions. You must be behind me, then. It will happen to you, too. See, you will begin to see it in your sleep and think that you are dreaming, but when you wake up, it will still be going on. That's what will happen. My specialty is botany, Quir. You knew that, didn't you? No, I never asked you. You don't have to ask. It's botany. They taught me everything I knew right on that table with the helmet. I see that now. I'm not a botanist, Quir. What's that? I said I'm not a botanist. I know that now. I'm just someone who has learned a good deal about botany. They burned it into my brain. Yes, I say, trying to push away what Nala has helped me discover. Yes, all right, I see. And you're not a geologist, but merely a sponge who is filled with water called geology. All right, I say. All right, we will make our escape. Let's not talk any more of this. Don't you understand, Quir? Are you that dull? Don't you see what's going on here, what I'm trying to remember? I think I do, I say, but I don't want to. I don't want to either, but it's got to be faced. You have to face the truth, Quir. At one end, they put it into us, our own people, and at the other end, the aliens are taking it out. We have nothing to do with the process. We're just the receptacle. At one end, they filled us up, and here we're being emptied out. We could be anything at all. Even felons, I say, admitting an old terror. Criminals who are serving their penalties in this way. But our people did not mean for us to be entrapped by these aliens. They did not envision the enclosure, surely. We were merely to deliver the information and be gone. Can you be sure of that? Can you really be sure of that? Perhaps the enclosure is part of our penalty. All right, I say, turning toward her, holding her shoulders, pinning her back against the bed. All right, I concede that. It is possible. It makes sense. But it has nothing to do with the plan. We will escape and go back to them, and surely they will feel that we have paid the penalty in full. We have done what we were selected to do. Only that matters. Quir, she says with a moan, working herself against me, her head deep in my chest. Quir, we've got to get out of here. We've got to make good an escape before all my memory comes back. I think that the others are finding their memories too. If it's both of us, it has to be all. We have got to get out of here before we remember everything. Why? I say, although I know the answer. The answer fits and is expected. Even my therapist would be able to make common use of it. Because, she says, because if I learn it all, why we are here and where we came from, and what they've done to us, Quir, I don't think that I'm going to be able to stand it. Yes, I say. All right, I see, I understand. We'll escape, we'll retrieve. And seemingly sensible phrases, all of them ordered, all of them well thought out, but suddenly the sound of my own voice becomes unbearable to me, and I became quiet and lie against her. She says nothing else. So much time passes that I think she is sleeping, but when I open my eyes to look down at her, she's lying poised against my shoulder, her eyes round and open, looking into the thin, reflecting light of the room with an expression in her eyes, as if she has seen the unspeakable. I want to comfort her, but cannot. I think that I have seen it too. I think that I am seeing it at this moment. The next day, in the hall on the way to therapy, I see Nala, who had returned to her room in the morning, and nod to her. Her face blackens. She turns and moves away from me. No, she says when I come to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. No, stay away from me. I don't want to talk to you now. Please don't make me talk to you. And something like a seizure overtakes her. She stiffens into a wall, and I become momentarily so frightened that I run from her, wondering if the monitors will make anything of this. We are observed all the time, if only retrospectively. Everything that I do is timeless on camera. If only before my enemies I am a performer, and I must remember this at all times. The hard bone of her shoulder, the sting of her hands against my flesh, the cries she makes as I fuck her like a soul descending past hell and into memory. My therapist seems restless during this morning's session and finally comes out with the truth of the matter as he sees it. They are not satisfied, he says. They feel that the work, imperceptibly, has been slowing down for a long time and is not going forward at the expected rate. They want me to warn you against non-cooperation and to promise punitive measures. This is a general order which went out to all of us this morning. I do not want to terrorize or intimidate you. I am your friend. I know that you are trying. Nevertheless, I must tell you this. I have held back nothing, I say, and this is true. I have told you everything which you wanted to know of geology. Yes, he says, these orders come from the higher levels. Perhaps others are not cooperating. I cannot say. You are my only patient. I do not understand the range of cases, but the work must continue. They begin to feel some urgency now. They feel that further data is in order. Why this urgency? I cannot tell you that, my therapist says, rubbing his hands. A strange expression dances across his face. Behind it I can see the wires of stress. That is not permitted. In the bargain, I do not know. They tell us little for our own sake. What more would you want to know? He looks at a series of notes scattered across his desk, selects one sheet of paper and looks at it, his chin balanced in his hands. Metals, he says. The formation of quartz. They are interested in knowing its antecedents and how aging can be simulated. Quartz is not a metal. It is a form of rock. I know that. Nevertheless, this is what they want to know. They want to know about the metallic properties of quartz. I'm not a metallurgist. How can I tell you that? I'm sorry, Quir, my therapist says. He stands. I can't tell you that. I can only insist upon your cooperation. Believe me, it will go badly with you if you do not answer these questions they have listed. So ask them, I say. Ask them. That is the trouble, he says after an instant, with a quizzical expression, staring at the page. That is exactly the trouble. I cannot understand quite what they are asking. I cannot decipher their notes. I do not know what they want of quartz, and since this is not my field, cannot anticipate. Then I'm sorry. Listen, Quir, he says. We will make the session shorter today. We will stop now. Tomorrow you will come and be prepared to answer. I will try to have the questions in comprehensible shape by then. Yes, I say, standing, the session over. Then an hour and 3/4 of free time left to me to think about my plans. Yes, I will. I do not blame you for telling us what you did of Plotar, he says abruptly. You don't think that, do you? No. You may feel, perhaps, that there is some contempt, that for some reason I look askance at your behavior. It is not that way. Haven't we developed a good relationship? I know that you can trust me. In your position, I would have done the same thing. Yes, I say. But then I'm not in your position, and that makes it easy to say, doesn't it? That I'm not in the situation you are in, so what I say comes, well, easily. You must have thoughts like that, Quir, don't you? No, I say. I try to have no thoughts at all. I don't understand you. I don't know what is going on in your mind at all. We are supposed to be your therapists and try to be faithful to that function, but it is very difficult. We do not understand you. I do not think that any of us understands you. May I leave now? I say, gesturing to the door. The therapist stares at me, my question apparently breaking off his thoughts, looking at me with a strange and confused expression. He does not seem, at this moment, to know who I am. I'm sorry, Quir, he says, passing a hand across his face. I'm very sorry. I've been under a good deal of strain recently, and I shouldn't let you be the object of it. Yes, by all means, go. Leave. You are released. Why don't you rest or read something? Here, he says, going into his desk and producing 2 issues of the Morning Telegraph for me. "Here's something I've saved for you. This is contraband, you know. You're not really supposed to have it, but haven't I always looked out for you? Haven't I tried to make things for you as reasonable as possible? I do not regard you as an inferior creature at all, but one who could be my brother, trapped in appalling circumstances. Here," he says, handing the newspapers to me, his hand shaking. "Here, take them. These are consecutive issues, so you will be able to check calculations if you desire. Won't that be amusing? Haven't I always tried to take care of you, Quir? Haven't I always been reasonable and tried to keep these sessions as civilized as possible? Perhaps you don't know what some of the other therapists do. The devices, the means they will take." "Thank you," I say, holding the papers, waiting for him to finish. I stand respectfully, not wanting to interfere with his line of elaboration, whatever that might be. "Thank you for these newspapers." His face closes in upon itself, and he says, "Quir, you may go now. That is all." And I leave him quickly, folding the newspapers in businesslike fashion under my arm. At the door, I cast a quick glance backward over my shoulder to see him sitting at his desk, the backs of his hands balanced on wood before him, staring at his palms as if his palms, no less than the blocks that hold my brain, retain the secrets which will release him. My explications of the plan, one by one in the evening, continue to go well. I encounter no opposition, little argument. One female, with whom I discuss things, says mildly, "It'll never work. The guards are heavily armed. They will destroy us at the first opportunity." "We will tantalize them with guilt," I say. "We will show them their guilt in small, bright pieces, one by one, as children are given coins to play with. And when they have run their hands over those coins, contaminated themselves with the stain of culpability, we will overtake and dispose of them. They can deal with us with brutality and force if they conceive of us as abstractions. But once we become beings, once we impress them as feeling creatures such as themselves, their devices will no longer work. We have allowed them to think of us as domestic creatures, you see, to be bandied about, tortured, and slaughtered at will. Once we prove to them that we suffer, they will be unable to oppose us. Particularly limited individuals such as these guards, who surely must rank low in their own hierarchy, lower even than the therapists." "It is mad," she says. "Utterly mad. I believe your plan is doomed." But her features flare. Her eyes glow as she looks at me, and in that moment I recognize her. She is one of the numerous females whom I once possessed, and now again she desires me. "You're a fool," she says, and her skin seems to slide open. I can sense the slow rolling ease with which I would penetrate her. I feel her clasp upon my wrist, gentle as night. "No," I say, taking my arm from her. "No, that cannot be. We must concentrate on the plan now, must sublimate all our energies into it. Later there will be time for that." "Nala," she says, and stands. "It is all with Nala. Do not listen to her. She is untrustworthy. In the old days she conspired against us with those of the higher levels. She is dangerous. You should not believe her." "It has nothing to do with Nala," I say, and ease her from the room. The interview is finished. She will do as she is bidden. She accepts the plan. Now I feel the urgency only to be free of her, so unlike the time only a few weeks ago when I would have sacrificed everything for a quick, vagrant fuck in these rooms of mine. "Nala is only a participant." "There are other things," the female says hoarsely, Other things before ship time. I tell you, before ship time, she had a dreadful occupation. I'm beginning to retrieve my memory. Now I have flickers and flashes. I believe that I remember. No, I say, and force her from the room. I feel her to the bone as I thrust her through the passage. No, I do not want to hear it. You will meet me at the appointed time, and we will conduct the escape. That is all. Listen, she says. Listen. But the door is closed upon her, and I hear nothing. I stand alone in the center of the room, shaking the feel of her from my palms like water, and then I return to these notes, always my comfort, never more so than now, where they will turn out to be not only a justification, but the full and single documentation of the escape and the miraculous way in which we were able to evade the clutches of the aliens and recover our destiny. Later, Nala comes to me, silently, gliding through the door. She makes no reference to what has happened between us, and I say nothing. In the dark, I hear her clothes rustle as they part to receive me, and then I conjoin with her again, looking into the skylight, admiring the figures of the constellations outside. This room, unlike many others in this section of the enclosure, offers a fine view of the heavens from their planet. Not that I have ever been interested in astronomy. When I return from the lounge after necessary morning tasks, I find that my room has been subtly but thoroughly ransacked, and that various articles have been delicately displaced. I'm not concerned. I carry these notes with me at all times, and there is no other indication of the plan. I'm sure that one's body and immediate clothing are not under surveillance, although in the enclosure one does not want to be too sure of anything. In the morning session, I find that I have a new therapist. He's much shorter and appears older than his predecessor, with whom, of course, I had developed a rather close relationship. There is a brutality about his forearms, a certain glint in the glasses he wears, which conveys menace. I wonder if he is administrative personnel, masquerading as a therapist, and I decide that I am not qualified to make such judgments. "Your name is Quir," he says, looking up from certain papers on the desk. "You are 7 minutes late for this session. Is this customary?" "I was delayed by a bad stomach," I say. "Are you my new therapist? What happened to my old therapist?" "All in due course," he says. "Right now I want to know if this laxity is characteristic. Are you always late to such sessions?" "I was ill." "You creatures are never ill. In almost 2.5 years we have failed to detect a single disease which afflicts you. This is going to change, Quir. We are going to get to the heart of the matter and beyond. You are not going to be late for these sessions again." "Where is my therapist?" "Never mind. We're not satisfied with your progress, Quir. You are holding back certain bits of information, we are convinced. Also, you seem to have lapsed into a disgusting familiarity." "I miss my therapist. We've been together now for 7 months. Is he ill?" "I am your new therapist. Your old therapist has been replaced by me. Together we will conduct certain researches and move ahead." "I liked my therapist." "You are not supposed to like your therapist. This has nothing to do with relationships. We are no longer interested in developing relationships with you creatures. Quir, we are interested in results. Time is running out. We are here to elicit some very important facts before it is gone." "I've told you everything that you asked." "I doubt that. We have transcripts." "I've answered everything. I can hold nothing back. We were made that way so that there is nothing we cannot tell." "I will believe that later, Quir." The new therapist shrugs, brings his hands together, does something with his wrists to produce a perceptible crack. "Sit down," he says. "We'll begin the session now and expect to run overtime." "I'm not protesting," I say. I am still trying to evaluate this new therapist who acts unlike any of the others with whom I have dealt. His manner is hostile, but the hostility itself is of no importance. It is a cover for something else. I sit uneasily. "I have told you everything you ask," I repeat, assaulted by a vague fear. "I have held back nothing." "That is not so. If it is so, then we have not been asking you the right questions. My predecessors will be strongly dealt with for that. Tell me about the sedimentation process in carbon, please." "What kind of carbon?" "The organic compound." "All carbon is an organic compound," I say. "All organic compounds are built upon carbon, even you and me." "Don't be evasive. I want to know about the sedimentation of carbon." "Under what conditions?" I say hopelessly. "In what locales? To what purposes? You have to be more specific than that. If you're not familiar with your subject—" I feel a sharp, terrible jolt of pain springing upward from the chair and lancing behind my eyes, spreading like a fork through my skull. Vision wavers. It is almost impossible for me to sit upright, and I find myself gasping. The pain ebbs away, slowly. The therapist leans intently over the desk. "That is only a sample," he says. "Just a suggestion. There is more to come." "Why?" I say. "There is no need for torture. You know that we have told you everything." I feel the pain again, just a slight gathering around the temples, and then it desists. The therapist taps a pencil on the desk and says, "Because we're sick of this nonsense and we're running out of time. If we're going to be able to remake this planet, we're going to have to do it now within a matter of weeks. Never mind about further questions. This is our internal affair. Are you prepared now to answer questions?" "Yes," I say. "Yes, I was always prepared." "Good. Tell me about the sedimentation of carbon." I tell him. I do my best. Switches within me, certain blocks, are reluctant to release because of the abstract nature of the question, but I force my way past them, demanding that they open, no matter how painfully, to disgorge information. And after a while, in replies to my insistence, they do. Leaning forward on the edge of the chair, I tell the therapist everything that I can think of about the sedimentation processes of carbon. Several times I run out of information and sit helplessly, but a foregathering of his fingers on a pencil, a certain wink of his eye, force me to start again, and I ransack my psyche for the most useless pieces of information, anything to keep talking, anything to placate this new and terrifying therapist. It goes on for a very long time, and at the end of it I am numbed and shocked. I did not think that within me there existed so much knowledge on carbon and its sedimentation, or so much terror. I am weak with terror. I feel my body boneless with it. I can barely stagger from the room when dismissed. "That is sufficient for now," the therapist calls after me. "I am letting you go for a few hours to get hold of yourself, and then you will be back here. We're doubling the sessions. We're going to work 12 times a week and for more hours each time in order to get to the bottom of this. You had better be prepared for a very difficult month." There is an aspect of taunting to his advice which I see but discard. What is the difference? In the beginning they tortured us. It is no large transition from torture to taunting. In due course they may torture us again. Things will come full cycle when they've squeezed out the last available bit of information. The cold portion of my mind that sent Plotar to his doom reminds me that there is nothing unusual about this, and that all geological researches have indicated that the developments of planets are circular. We can return to torture again, and then obliteration. But it is hard to be objective, hard to advise oneself in such a fashion, filled as I am with fear. It is a poor position for a leader of the coming revolution to occupy, one petrified of his therapist. Still, this was to be expected. I can recognize that now. My earlier therapist and I were becoming too close, were failing to see one another anymore as abstractions. And it was to my prior therapist that I betrayed Plotar. Perhaps they have decided that I am too valuable to be left to a marginal one such as he. It is all perplexing and terrible, and I return to my rooms in complete dismay, as shocked as I have been for a long time, to see that once again they have been ransacked, this time somewhat more crudely, and that the very pictures on the wall are tilted crazily, turned, some of them, toward the ceiling, the domestic animals now become monstrosities with legs for heads, heads for tails, staring out of eyes in their buttocks, piteous and weeping eyes at the headless men who stand by them, extending their hands into hell. I stumble back from the second session of the day, exhausted, eviscerated, to find my contact of the evening already standing outside of my door. I have been in therapy so long that I have missed the eating and relaxation schedule. The contact, a male, number 199, looks at me with contempt. "You can't even follow your own schedule," he says. "I've been waiting for you for 15 minutes. "I was delayed. I've been in therapy all this time." "Ah," the contact says. I don't believe that you were in therapy at all. You were locked up with the captors for hours, describing all of our characteristics to them." "No," I say, somehow piteously. "No, that is not true." I extend my arms, show him how I am trembling. "I was in therapy all of this time. I was treated with pain. I tell you they do not trust me for some reason." "You're the first to complain of pain in therapy for a long time." "But it is true," I say, and fix him with a desperate stare. Something penetrates, something connects, and his features relax. "I must be trusted now," I say. "I have more reason than ever to want to escape. I think that somehow they have sensed my intentions and are trying to terrorize me, but I am more determined than ever." "You look frightened," the contact agrees. "It does seem to me as if you've been through pain." "Come," I say, getting hold of myself through an effort of will, pushing open the door to my rooms. "Come, I will talk to you. You must trust me. You must believe that I truly want to escape." Listening to myself address him, I believe that this is so, and that for the first time I am truly committed to a plan which I created only such a short time ago, of repairing my guilt for Plotar. How much things have changed within the past few days. I do not sit upon the foundations which I previously occupied. Everything is different. Even the permanence of the enclosure seems threatened. I can feel the walls wavering around me as if at any instant the enclosure might collapse, revealing a network of posts and the sheer machines of menace manned by the aliens gathered outside. I tell 199 of my plans and announce further that I've decided to accelerate. Instead of talking to each of them individually, I now wish that the word be passed around through groups. He is to talk to all others involved in the plot whom he can see, and ask them in turn to pass it on to those that they know. We will be ready in 2 nights. In 2 nights hence. Just 2 nights from now we will make our assault upon the guards and break for freedom. "Because I don't think that I can hold out for 3 weeks, you see," I explain to him, somewhat laboriously. "They're putting pressure on me out of suspicion. 3 weeks will be too late, even 1 week. We will have to move now, and you must trust me." "Why must I trust you?" he asks. "Why must you be the leader? Why can we simply not go on without you?" "Because you are stupid," I say, my control breaking. "Because you were 199 and I am 158, and because I outrank all of you, because I've originated this plan and you know that only I can be trusted to execute it correctly, because you cannot ask questions. Your stupidity binds you to obedience. Now leave these rooms and obey my orders." He stands, he backs off, he scuttles away, dismay in his eyes, in the movement of his hips. I am sorry that I have had to speak to him in this way. It is the first time that I've ever used the sin of misplaced hierarchy, something for which I could not forgive Plotar, but I can now understand the pressures which must have tenanted the master of rituals as he sat in my room. I think of the pain jolts of therapy, the sensation in my hands when I did not give certain facts in an understandable fashion. I remember the feeling in my legs when I garbled formulae and missed the mathematics of a simple metamorphic formation. When I was finished, the therapist smiled and then, removing certain articles from his desk, laughed at me. It is strange how, now that they have set against me, and what was my misdeed anyway, I cannot understand this, I have brutalized another. This was the original purpose of the enclosure anyway, to turn us on one another like animals in the pens, to make the fear of each become the betrayer of all the others, and now I have enacted that pattern. I tell my contact once again of the plot, urge him to make speed and tell the others. Escorting him to the door, it is all I can do not to break down in tears and beg his forgiveness, but somehow I stop myself from doing that and maintain a stern front. He leaves rapidly, not looking back, and I wonder if he is the traitor, if he will now carry back reports of my misdeeds to the therapists for further pain treatment. I smile then, counsel myself perspective, remind myself that this is precisely the kind of thinking from which I must break free, and that I must maintain trust. As Plotar trusted me, so must I trust all the others, although I hope to a bitter end. Nala comes to my rooms and says that she cannot see me tonight. Her mind is preoccupied. Her interests are elsewhere. She's afraid to see me in this state of tension. "I think I'm getting more of my past," she says. "I was having little jolts and flashes all day, just premonitory warnings, and now I feel that if I lie down and give myself to it, I will know everything. Tonight I will learn, if I only attend, how we got here." I remind her that it was she who begged me, not 2 nights ago, to rescue her from the enclosure before the memories became overwhelming. But she smiles bitterly in the old way and says that I'm being sentimental. "Not now. Not now, you fool," she says. "Don't you understand? There is a purpose to my rediscovering my past. It is a past shared by all of us, and for all we know, it may disclose exactly that information which we need in order to make a successful escape. We must take every possibility offered to us if we are to be free. Who knows what I may learn?" Sexuality seems to have gone out of her this evening. She's drab and gathered in upon herself. I sense dryness. "Anyway," she says, "anyway, the truth is that I want to know. Anything would be better than this uncertainty. And who knows if the plan will actually work? We cannot live in this enclosure forever deprived of a history and an outcome. At least let us have one. Or the other." I try to tell her briefly what has happened to me today, but she is hasty and preoccupied, does not want to hear. "It is to be expected anyway," she says. Since you betrayed Plotar, they probably sense weakness and think they can force all the information out of you quickly. I did not betray Plotar. Oh, she says, looking at me shyly, quizzically. Didn't you? Because I take it for granted that you did. Of course you did. In fact, if I wasn't so sure that you had betrayed him, I wouldn't find you nearly so exciting. She leaves me then, bent within herself, moving purposefully away from me. And it occurs to me that I know nothing of her, that everything that has happened between us is something as dim and unrecovered as that past which sweeps up like a screen before us, now and then, the images always too faint to matter. I feel pains in my limbs. I return to my rooms. I try to bring these notes up to date, but I cannot. I'm too tired, in too much anguish and uncertainty. I feel the past slip away from me as the pad tumbles from my hands, and I fall into a deep and exhausted sleep. I dream again, and in this dream, I see the past as Nala might, more vividly than I ever have before. I'm in a large room, surrounded by lights so bright that they attract insects which are spread indolently throughout by large, useless fans. Before me is a thin man of my own race, who holds a pad and uses a pencil to gesture. He reminds me of one of the milder therapists, although there is nothing defensive whatsoever about his position. "We have to do this, you see," he says to me in a high, quavering voice, and I understand that he is somehow seeking justification. We appear to be in the middle of an argument. "We have no choice. It's the only way they learn, the only thing that will change circumstances. As drastic as it is, it's necessary. You're not qualified to make any judgments. You don't follow the stakes." My own words are not clear. I seem to be making some intricate kind of point about risk and morality, but I am mumbling, so my speech is so convoluted that I am unable to make sense of it. Perhaps it is not contrived to make sense, although the other man nods vigorously, seems to comprehend everything. "That's an interesting point," he says, "but it's hardly germane. Besides, someone has to do it, and it might as well be you. Random selection has its merits. It will convince you of the basic unfairness of the universe. It's a change game, a lottery. Why should you be any different? There's manifest destiny for you." He screams, rising to his feet on the last line and throwing a finger into my face. "You can take your manifest destiny and choke on it, you silly fool." And now I am protesting. I can make out my words perfectly. "No," I am saying. "You can't do this. You have no right." And the old man giggles and says, "Whoever says that you had to have a right?" And others appear in the room, several of them. Hard to fix their number, and I'm dragged out of the old man's presence, kicking and thrashing. Their hands upon me are gentle but murderous. I know that they could at any instant perform actions which would make me faint, and so I am sensible, I am reasonable. I do not resist, but permit myself instead to be dragged at their will, taken where they want me, and the scene shifts. I seem to be staring down into the barrel of an endless telescope with nothing but haze before me. When the haze clears, I'm alone in a room, writing something maniacally. Peering over my shoulder to look at the page, I can see the words I am writing. "I dream again," the words say. "And in this dream I see the past as Nala might." And quite naturally then begin to scream. It is, after all, the only proper thing to do at the density of what has happened to me, and I feel the past recede. Then, the past has nothing more to give me. The past has vomited up what it will tonight, and I wake from the dream, lying on the coldness of my bed, rapidly reciting the table of elements so that I will keep my balance, and thinking, the escape has got to work. The escape has got to come off on schedule, because I really cannot take much more of this. That is clear. For whatever reason, this prayer comes out as a set of assurances and relaxes me. I fall slowly back into sleep again, and this time it is a sleep which has nothing to do with the past, but instead seems to embrace the future. In this dream, I am back on the ship with my shipmates. We have set the controls for automatic fire and are quickly on our way back to the system. No one seems to know our destination, but it is all in the charts and the machinery of the ship, ready for triggering at a command decision, and so we are heading back safely, knowing that our destination is before us, and that when we get there all questions will be answered. All 16 or 17 of us have made it, Nala carrying some slight scratches on her face as a result of a struggle with one unreasonable guard, one of the males lacking an arm which was hastily amputated as the result of a severe infection caused by a gunshot wound. In deference to my accomplishments, I have been elected maximum leader. The old hierarchy has been reconstituted, as it must be because we are that kind of creature, and I am first, and in that capacity I am giving my speech of ascension to my slender but devoted crew who pose around the bulkheads and machinery in various attitudes of respect and listen to what I have to say. What I want to say is to some degree pieced together from old speeches of ascension, which I have heard or read, but it is also highly original, and now that the dreadful tension of the escape is past, I am free for the first time to unwind among my flock, to be the creature that I wanted to be, and so I do not stumble in haste through the speech, but rather talk with consummate and rolling ease, an articulate flow which has never before been at my command. Brothers, I say, brothers and sisters, we have triumphed. We have overtaken and subdued the captors, and we are now on our way back, at last, to our home. There reinforcements will be provided, and we will return to free our brothers and sisters still imprisoned, but we need not worry about them, because more than ever they are hostaged to our return. We will free them. All of them will be safe, and this is a time of rejoicing and renewal, not of sorrow. We are free. We are free again. Let us say the words of our thankfulness. And old, half-remembered ritual prayers as taught to Plotar bubble to my lips. I lead them haltingly through those prayers and end on a series of hosannas which move them to applause. And remember this as well, I say. We come home with the cleanliness of soldiers who have fought successfully. We have delivered unto these aliens exactly what we were supposed to, which is the sum of our knowledge. They extracted it painfully and often cruelly, but nevertheless it was given to them in the manner requested, and therefore not even in that detail have we failed. The mission is successful. The mission is successful. And I reach from the platform, gesture for Nala to join me, which she does with a happy and rapid smile, and I embrace her before them to ragged cheers and shouts. Wonderful, she whispers to me. You were wonderful. And I thank her, bow to my shipmates who stand, still crowing approval, and say, without this female we would not be here now. She has done everything for us, done the deed with rare courage. And Nala says, oh, it was nothing. It was all you, Quir. And I say, don't be ridiculous. Take credit. I couldn't have done a thing without you. And the crew shouts praises to the two of us. We embrace on a parapet as the ship continues its way madly toward our destination, accelerating at several thousand times the speed of light, like all starcraft of people as technologically advanced as we, toward our retrieval, our recovery, and our honor. In the morning, in the corridor, I meet 199. Yes, he says, leaning toward me with an expression of horrid confidentiality, his lips barely parting over his closed teeth. Yes, I told all of them. As you instructed, the escape is set for tonight. Tonight? I ask frantically and then moderate my voice. You fool, I didn't say tonight. I said 2 nights hence. You seemed in a hurry, 199 says noncommittally and shrugs. You said we had to leave quickly and so on. Besides, you know that you shouldn't trust me with a message you should carry yourself. I was low on the scheme. I can't get things too well. The important thing is that we're supposed to do it tonight. I even assigned the groups and everything. You made the assignments? Because of the hurry which you were in. I made up who would go with whom in the small groups and where we were supposed to meet. I know the place you meant. They took us to it a long time ago. It isn't that far away. It's only a little walk. We can make it easy. Who's conducting this plan anyway? I ask him. You or me? You are, 199 says. Unless you want me to do it, which I don't want to. You were the one who asked for help. I wouldn't have done it on my own. I assigned you to go with Nala. I assumed that the two of you were interested in each other. Impossible, I say. 2 attendants appear at the end of the corridor a long way from us and begin, very casually, to walk through. It is nothing, not even an inspection tour, just 2 attendants taking an informal appraisal of quarters, but it is enough to speed 199 into quick confidences. 8 o'clock, he says. The groups are supposed to meet and move out. We're to be at the place where we all assemble at 8:15. Be there, he says. Be there, with the aspect of a leader in shambles from me quickly, conspicuously carrying a bar of soap in his hand, on his way to the showers. I walk briskly toward the attendants, nod at them, watch them nod back, and continue toward therapy. I wonder if things have somehow been taken out of my hands, but decide that 199 is probably right and that the important thing is to get the escape underway at whatever cost. I try not to begrudge circumstances because he has become, in a way, the leader. I remind myself that the important thing is that we indeed leave the enclosure as soon as possible because, between the actualities and the dreams, I do not know how much more of it I can take. Everything has gone downhill so rapidly. For a long time I lived an ordered existence, exercised my prerogatives, told the therapist what he wanted to know, consorted with the females, banked time against our release. I was not happy, but I was content. Now I know how fragile is the edge on which I poised, how ready I was for disaster. It was Plotar who brought this to pass, but I am convinced that if it had not been Plotar, it would have been something else, anything else, whatever else. After 2 years and 4 months, I can no longer bear the enclosure, nor can it bear me. What part do the captors play in this? I am not sure. If I had not met Plotar, I somehow would have become involved with Nala, and it would have turned out this way anyway. No matter how many paths, all of them converge into this weary, stately, dangerous tread which I am now taking toward confrontation. I must believe this. I must believe in inevitability. I must believe that what has happened would have happened in any case. For if not, if it were the coincidence of Plotar, catastrophe of confrontation, incision of confession to the therapist, if it were these and only these events which destroyed my confidence in the life I had created, if this indeed is true, then I do not think that I could bear it and would truly go insane. After breakfast, on the way to the therapist, I meet Nala in the hallway. I grasp her hand, momentarily incautious, losing myself in the act of seeing her again. Did you, I say, and then pause, foregather myself again. Did you remember your past last night? Did you? She shakes her head. Infinite weariness, infinite pain. Shrugs and moves on, saying nothing. I pursue her like a madman, repeating in a frantic whisper, "No, Nala, did you? Leave me alone," she says. "All of you, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you anymore." I look at her for the first time this morning. She's still shrunken, gray, but something else has intruded, a subtle deformity. She no longer looks whole. "Nala!" I shriek, and then somehow manage to modulate my voice. "Nala, the escape. I heard. 199 told me. Then will you be there?" "I don't know," she says. "Please let me move on. I must go to my therapist. Release me, Quir, or I will scream, and that will be the end of that." I back from her, quivering, feeling the coldness of her flesh as it slips from my palm. "Nala," I say. She looks at me for only an instant, then averts her gaze and turns. "I remembered," she says. "I remembered everything. I cannot bear to look at you. I cannot bear to stand and talk with you right now. Perhaps I will be with you tonight, and perhaps again—" But I can hear no more, because all the time that she has been talking quietly, she has been moving away from me, going down the hall, and now she is out of earshot. I stand and look after her for a minute, pursuing her with my eyes, as I would with my feet, and then, realizing that I'm very late for therapy and things will be even worse if I do not appear shortly, I break into a clumsy, loping run, heading toward the appropriate room, thoughts of Nala and even the escape momentarily abolished. Our frames are really not made for running in this terrain, although we can simulate a walk very close to theirs, and appreciate the efforts they have made to keep the enclosure as much as possible to our normal needs and physical virtues. The dimensions of the enclosure, its furnishings and geometry, reveal thoughtfulness in view of the unspeakable fact, of course, that they had built it for us originally. I come into therapy 15 minutes late and terrified, but my old therapist is there. He smiles at me as if there was never any separation, and I resist a mad urge to embrace him. There has never been any physical contact between these aliens and us. The idea itself is too gross to conceive. But I want to establish some connection, some means of showing how grateful I am to have him back, and settle for several aimless, grotesque pats of the desk. He seems to get my meaning, whatever that is. "I'm sorry about yesterday," he says. "There were certain pressures from above to experiment with the new technique. It had nothing to do with you. It was just a means of interrogation. Everything is as it was. You were one of the subjects selected by lot. I know that it must have been difficult for you." "Do you mean that I went through this for experimentation purposes?" "Unfortunately, yes," my therapist says. "I fought very long and hard against such abuses, but not too successfully, I'm afraid. The enclosure, you see, is very expensive. It has cost our economy a great deal to support the project in this fashion, and because of this there are certain political elements which feel they are free to use the enclosure for any political purposes they desire. I can't possibly explain our politics to you, of course. Anyway, you probably apprehend them already. In your wisdom, you apprehend everything. You know that." But this time I am no longer to be led by that fool's line. I feel a strange stirring of rage within me. I have felt hopelessness so long, resignation, unwillingness to be baited, that anger is almost inexplicable, but nevertheless, there it is. And say, "You put me through all of that for experimentation?" I had nothing to do with it. I resisted that line of inquiry from the start. "What do you people want of us?" I say. and spread my hands in a gesture very reminiscent of theirs. I don't understand you. Every one of you must be insane. We have come to you, been imprisoned, turned over to you every single secret of technology and the behavioral sciences which you have asked, have put in your hands the ability to manipulate your destiny as you desire, and you experiment on us as if we were domestic animals? What do you think of us? What kind of people are you? Yes, my therapist says. Yes, I understand exactly what you mean. We are not a very creditable race in many ways. You must have sympathy for us. But we have made progress. Strides, you bumbling fool, I shout, the rush of my anger quite disconcerting me, even more than he, and he flies backward behind the desk, his little legs kicking and straining at the floor as his chair hurtles into the wall with a crash. Where is your sense of integrity? Can't you protect us from these sadists? Are you totally controlled by the politicians? You don't understand the appropriations situation. Don't tell me about the appropriations situation. I'm not interested in your politics. We've turned over immeasurable wealth to you, incalculable riches. I'm sorry, my therapist says. He looks around him rather frantically, then snakes his fingers toward a knob on his desk, trying to conceal the gesture from me. If you'd like to end the session and take a rest today, keep your hands off that, I shout at him, leaning forward, making a threatening gesture, and his hand falls back uselessly. He squirrels further against the wall. Don't give me any of that nonsense. I've been humiliated and imprisoned for almost 2.5 of your years, but I don't need your self-serving pap. I don't think you realize, the therapist says in a different tone, that perhaps you're going a bit too far now. I can understand your anger. In fact, I respect you for it, but I have my responsibilities too. The enclosure isn't being run for your convenience. It's being run for ours, and you will cease intimidating me at once. But it is too late. My temper has been controlled for all this time. Lately I thought that it was channeled into images of escape, but now, confronted by the face of one who, more than any other, has collaborated to make my life this way, I find that I am uncontrollable. I could kill you, I shout, feeling the futility of this, as the words, no less than the thought, trail away from me the instant spoken. I could kill you for this. How much of it can we take? I move upon him. I do not know quite what I have in mind, but it has something to do with the pain I went through yesterday. I want to give him a small taste of this pain, but I have never touched him, and the conditioning is too strong. My fingers scrabble and then hang in the air as if nailed, and I cannot close the gap. Slowly, he slides from my focus of vision, off the chair and around the room, circling. Stop it, Quir, he says, but this is unnecessary. Various blocks of which I have never been aware have gone into effect, and I am quite paralyzed. Stop it, I say! And I try to turn, tell him that I am helpless and cannot move, but as I try to speak, my throat feels blocked. A choking sensation overtakes me, and the paralysis spreads into the lungs. For several moments I feel that I cannot breathe, and this indeed is true, only small whiffs and grunts of breath to allow me to continue respiring, and when the paralysis finally lifts, it only does so because I have moved away from him and am sitting limply in the chair assigned to me, keeping my mind entirely removed from any thoughts of aggression. He circles me slowly as if I were a devout object, then finally reclaims his own seat and leans back, keeping the chair in place this time, not moving toward the wall. I could have told you, Quir, he says. If you had only listened to me, I could have told you all of this. It is impossible for you to attack any of us. You are conditioned so. You came to us in that way. You cannot do us violence. Are you ready to listen now to reason to what I have to say?" I shake my head, grunting. It is very hard for me to speak, but I do the best I can. "No," I say. "You have betrayed me. Never. Not at all." "That must be your decision, then. You understand you will only get another therapist, then, one who would be less sympathetic to you than I." "I've had another therapist," I say. Carefully, I concentrate on my rhythm, the slow, recollected gestures of inhalation, exhalation, pause, inhale again. A passing flutter of rage distracts me. I imagine my hands around his throat. Respiration stops entirely and then begins slowly again. I gasp for breath, slowly recover a heartbeat. "I've had another therapist," I say again. "Once was enough. What can you do to me? What do you want of me?" "Only your cooperation. For you to be reasonable, we're trying to get you from the enclosure." "No, you're not," I say. "You will keep us here as long as you can use us, and then we will be killed. Why don't you admit that?" My therapist shrugs. "Why should I? Whatever I say will not be believed anyway. Now look what you've done to yourself, Quir, and I could have saved you from all of that if only you had asked. You cannot hurt us. We will not tolerate that." "I want," I say, easing the words out of me one by one now, cautiously, pausing for breath. "I want to go back to my room now." "That is permissible. If you want to do that, it can be done, but we will have to make up this session later." "Later," I say. "Very well, later." "I'm sorry that this happened. I thought that we had a good relationship. I thought that you trusted me and believed that I would never do anything against you, unless I was forced. You have hurt me, Quir." I am submissive, docile. Now I only want to terminate the session and leave, find the relative quiescence of my room where I can consider the issues in peace. Blocks have been implanted within us, by our own scientists or by the aliens, it is impossible to be sure, which make it impossible for us to strike them. In terms of that information, I will have to reevaluate the escape plan, which, among other things, involves a physical attack, if necessary, upon the guards. But the escape seems very far away, very abstract now. "I'm sorry," I say. "I'm sorry I hurt you." "I wish I could believe you." "You can. Believe me." "There was no need for that, Quir. I explained to you that the circumstances were beyond my control. I can't run the enclosure as much as I would like to. We, too, have to take orders. We are subordinates." "Yes." "I could have promised you that they would not hurt you again. Your responses were satisfactory. They were very pleased. They were convinced that you held nothing back." "I held nothing back." "But now I will have to make a full report of this incident. I have no choice. Our sessions are closely observed by cameras, and if I were to make no reference to this, I would jeopardize my own position, my ability to protect you." "I understand that." "Do you have anything else to say, Quir? Anything to justify your behavior?" "No," I say. "I have no justification." "Because this will probably end our relationship. They will not permit us to continue together after what has happened today. You will have a new therapist, a less tolerant one." "Yes," I say. I understand that. This is not my choice. It is theirs. There was no excuse for it. Staggering, I get to my feet. Otherwise, it appears that the interview will never terminate. I am truly sorry, I say. I lost myself momentarily. I apologize. May I leave now? Only if you want to, Quir. He rubs his palms together, leans back, places his feet on the desk, a picture of total ease. It is impossible to believe that not 5 minutes ago he was scuttling back against the wall, his eyes round with terror. The transformations, the ranges of possibility are always astonishing with these aliens. They have a far greater emotional range than we do. I want to leave, I say. Then leave, he says. He brings his feet sharply down from the desk. Of course, if you wanted to stay and continue the session, I would try to put things in a better light. I would point out that this was a momentary outburst and not characteristic of your behavior, that you were able to resume the session afterward. I can't breathe, I say. This is at least partially true. My lungs feel constricted, and I wonder if there is some sort of atmospheric difference, after all, that becomes apparent under stress. I must leave. Should I get you a physician? I'll do the best I can. Our knowledge of your illnesses is very limited, since you never seem to get sick. But I can try. I try to shut off his babbling once and for all time. It's nothing, I say. It's an emotional disorder. I'm shocked and upset. I must leave now. I apologize for everything which has happened and sincerely regret that I attacked you, but it was all a mistake, and I must leave now. I turn, move toward the door, pause by the door. He makes no attempt to stop me. I open the door and walk through. Still, I hear nothing. I close the door behind me, and only then do I hear his voice beginning again, talking, inexhaustibly talking. I make my way down the hall grimly, my arms at my sides, looking at the floor. I'm vaguely aware that there are others in the hall, attendants and shipmates, but I do not acknowledge them, or they me. I return to my room, which, I notice, has once again been thoroughly, and this time not so carefully, ransacked. I close the door behind me. I wish there were a lock. There is no lock. I lean what furniture I can against it and lie on my bed, contemplating. I think about what has happened, and about nothing at all. At any instant I expect attendants to come, to stun me from the bed and take me forcibly for some strong rehabilitative therapy. But nothing happens. The sounds of the enclosure drone on. Now it is the midday feeding time. I miss the feeding. I miss the free hours of the early afternoon. I stay on the bed. I blank my mind. I think of my respiration. In, out. In, out. The rhythms which I have always so very foolishly taken for granted. I think of the glitter of my therapist's glasses as I reached for his throat. I think of the escape plot hatching tonight. I think of Nala, the boards of muscle under her flesh sliding underneath my hands in the dark as, for the 5th time that strange night, I entered her. The rituals on the ship were a means of affirming our ties with our planet and culture and were very important to us. They were held once weekly and were the objective of preparations, to say nothing of many rehearsals. All 248 of us, from greatest to least, took part in the rituals in our own way. The audience was Plotar himself, who criticized us and later told of means by which we could improve our performances. There were rumors that the ritual ceremonies were actually telecast by remote devices back to the home planet, but since the home planet itself engaged in massive rituals for all levels of the populace, It is doubtful that our limited shipboard efforts would attract much of an audience, and for that reason, I doubt the telecasts. The rituals, as was customary, broke into three parts: nativity, fertility, and senility, and each week a different phase was offered. Because the rituals were bound into a tight textual framework with assigned responses and improvisations, a great deal depended upon the talent of the master of the rituals. He must, through timing, pacing, costumes, direction, and musical effects, keep the familiar basic trinity of rituals ever fresh, and Plotar had been selected for his position, or so he told us, because, before we had been sent to the ship, he had been the most promising ritual master in his sector, his advancement blocked by 3 seniors who were barely older than he, and thus could not step aside. His administration of the rituals aboard the ship, therefore, would determine the extent of his career, and, as he told us, although the rituals were important and revivifying for us, they meant nothing less than his entire career to him, and he would do anything in his power to make sure that they were performed satisfactorily. He proved, then, to be difficult and demanding, although he was full of strange kindnesses, and the less nimble or retentive of us would always find himself in a position less demanding, or sometimes, as in the case of the cripples who ritually took roles in the nativity rite, inert. In those small ways, and in many others, Plotar proved his capacity as a master of rituals, and the limitless future that surely would have awaited him had not ritual masters, almost as young as he, already emerged in his sector just before his own rise. The nativity ritual had to do with that basic birth flourish from which all mortality originates. The fertility ritual was concerned with that basic universal conjoinment which, welded from lust and spirituality, culminated in the sounds that were the recreation noises of the universe. The senility ritual simulated in various ways that rite of death which was as intrinsically a part of living as nativity or fertility, and which completed the cycle. It was easy to see, from the way in which the rituals were performed, that our people had been, although complex and sophisticated folk, simple in basic ways, tied to the basic ironies and ceremonies of generation which they alternately awed and mimicked. Emotional effects were cunningly heightened by the use of music, and it was not unusual to cast the roles in a bizarre or compelling fashion, such as having a male play the part in childbirth during the fertility ritual, in order to illuminate the many ironies which underlay even the simplest of existences. It was possible from these rituals to discover a great deal of the truth about the culture which sent us on our way, but not, unfortunately, enough to put all of the pieces together. Obviously, there was a great taste for irony in our people and a sense of flourish as well, a certain precision, an admiration of form for its own sake, a realization that form was content, and so on. But even at the most anguished point of the senility ritual, when 124 of us would feign death to heavy music, while the other 124 cast themselves over us weeping, even at that point, it was impossible to see any systematization in our home culture. What were they after? What precisely did they want? What did any of this have to do with our tasks or assigned duties? It was with questions like these that we traveled all of the dismal months to Earth, and it is with questions like these that we will return. Under the law of the master of the rituals, shipboard rituals cannot be avoided under any circumstances, and we presume now that if we actually escape, we will have to, in our limited way, enact the rituals on shipboard. That there will be only 15 or 20 of us will cut down somewhat on pomp, but perhaps we can move somewhat deeper into meaning. I do not know whether we will learn from these rituals if we actually conduct them. I learned nothing from all the 100 that Plotar staged for us on the way here, but I look forward to them in some dim way. They will keep us busy and keep my mind off certain more basic questions. Who is my therapist? What did they want of us here? Why did nothing we told them give them any satisfaction? How can we truly believe that the information we gave led to lasting technological changes in the culture when they refuse us any reading material or other access that would prove this? What is the meaning of the enclosure? Why were blocks implanted within us so that we could withhold nothing from them and not defend ourselves? Did we actually acquire our knowledge through special background at home? Or, as Nala suggests, was that knowledge merely injected into us in painful ways? It is far easier to understand a ritual than to answer questions like these, and this explains, I think, why Master of the Rituals is a position of honor which ranks high in the hierarchy and which maintains special prerogatives. Master of the Rituals is the master of the masquerade, and if we knew the answers to these questions at the beginning, we might never have gotten so far. I find it strange to recapitulate ritual at this crucial instant in the narrative, but on the other hand, I have been wanting to set it down for a long time, and it makes a nice counterpoint to all that has preceded. For every circumstance of mindless brutality or loss, there is another of order and logic, and by reminding myself once again of those rituals which were so pleasant, absorbing, and fulfilling in whatever limited fashion, I can momentarily take myself away from circumstances that seem absolutely uncontrollable. We are obviously a folk to whom order is very important. For all we know, that is why, with all its difficulties, we have found the enclosure so tolerable and why my therapist was astounded by my actions. I spend the rest of the day preparing myself for the rigors of the escape this evening. Lodged tightly just underneath my consciousness is the apprehension that any moment may bring another inspection tour or a series of institutional personnel on even meaner tasks. They will want to know why I tried to attack my therapist and will take stiff action with me. But no one comes. Perhaps it is as my therapist promised. The relationship between us is completely confidential and can be respected. I do not know. The escape, to a certain extent, seems taken out of my hands now. Even though I have originated the plot, very little depends upon my presence. Things have been set in motion. Nala herself avoids me. I think about the escape and wonder if I were right in hatching the plan at this particular time. Life in the enclosure was not always that unpleasant, and it is possible that the therapists were not lying to us. Perhaps we would be scheduled for release soon, and the escape will merely assure our entrapment. Easy, cowardly speculations like this work themselves through me like tendrils, tightening further and further on my consciousness. I busy myself with cryptograms and copies of the Morning Telegraph so that I will stay off the subject. According to the information contained in the Telegraph, I am able to pick the winner of every horse race conducted on the northeast coast of the United States on June 7th, 1983, including a $140 winner and several horses that pay odds of over 20 to 1. I would have suspected no less of myself, but it is some small confirmation of my abilities to prove what I always knew, that their riddles and puzzles pose no challenge to us. We are, at least intellectually, far superior and can knife through those problems which beset their lives. Our superiority to them is so enormous that they must keep us in the enclosure for the sake of fear. Near the end of the morning, 2 institutional personnel come into my room summarily, without knocking, and head purposefully toward that cabinet containing my personal possessions. Only when I grunt and sit up on the bed do they notice my presence, and then their faces cyanos with embarrassment. Obviously, they are the team which has been carefully ransacking my quarters for the last few days. "Excuse us," one of them says. "We're on the cleaning detail. We're just trying to put your rooms in order. Usually, you're out when we come." "Forget it," the other one says harshly. "Don't make apologies or excuses to them. We don't have to. It's not in the orders. Let's get out of here." "I'm not in therapy this morning," I say mildly. "I was dismissed. I'm sorry that I surprised you." "We'll just be on our way," the first one says. He casts several glances over the room, right to left to center, and then backs away cautiously. "Just cleaning," he says. "That's all." "Never mind," the second says rather vaguely. "They're all monsters anyway. Besides, I can't take them seriously. Nothing here is serious." "Excuse me," I say, wanting to intervene in the discussion. "What do you mean nothing here is serious?" "Forget it," the discourteous one mumbles and seizes his partner by the shoulder. The two of them retreat, mumbling to one another, leaving the door open. I get up and close it. Another minor intrusion in my life, surely no harassment when compared to the overall quality of our life in the enclosure, but I cannot quite get the remark from my mind. Nothing serious about the enclosure? It is an entirely new way of looking at the matter. I go to the eating room as per schedule and as always find a table by myself. I return to my rooms where there is no evidence of further search. I remain on the bed and play with the telegraph and this journal. Nothing much happens during the afternoon. I do not hear from my therapist. None of my conspirators drop by. Nala does not come. I receive no inspection tours. It is an inauspicious way in which to spend what I hope will be the last of all my afternoons in the enclosure. I realize that I am ready for catastrophe, that my body is bent to it, that I want to receive calamity as one would a lover, and that somehow I am disappointed. Perhaps I want them to get word of the plans and arrest us all. Perhaps I want Nala to come and tell me that her strangeness comes from the fact that she has told her therapist everything. Perhaps I am waiting for the two scavengers to return and demand my notes. Nothing, however, happens. Nothing at all. It is like almost every afternoon in the enclosure. Life in the enclosure is terribly dull. This is the secret which these notes have avoided. It is boredom and neurasthenia interrupted now and then by small jolts of terror, like armaments going off in the night. Every now and then the terror connects to the boredom, and then one has an experience. This, however, rarely happens. We have been stultified to death here. That is their secret. Their timing, their tortures, and their threats are merely packaging. The base fact of the enclosure is that it is unspeakably dull. After 2.5 years here, the will melts, the reflexes freeze. It is hard to believe that this evening I will try to escape. Everything has been purged from us except the knowledge we give them, and that knowledge, of course, is hardly within our control. We do not know what we are speaking. At night, at the assigned time, I slip from my room. There is no activity in the hallway. The lights are dimmed. I hear the murmurs of my shipmates in the day room spending the evening, as always, by telling lies to one another. A strange phosphorescence seems to dance in the lights, the pathetic fallacy, an aspect of danger added to the situation. I hear faint scufflings, the sound of feet on ramps far above. Are the others already on their way? I move down the corridor, turn a corner. Nala is there. She looks at me without interest or guile. "You came," I say. "You're going with me." She shrugs and shakes her head. "It does not matter," she says. "It does not matter any more. But yes, I will come with you. It was so agreed." I touch her hand. It is damp and cold. "What happened?" I say. "What has happened to you?" "I won't talk about it. There's nothing to say. Please don't ask." "What happened? What have you learned?" "We're late. If we want to make the rendezvous with the others, we must go now." She encircles my hand, her fingers like a bracelet around my wrist. "Come," she says. "Something has happened," I say, rather stupidly. "Something has happened to you. You are changed." "Nothing has happened. I'm the same as I was. If you don't want to go, Quir, tell me. I'm only doing this for you. I'll go back to my room and go to sleep." "Does it matter that little?" I say. "Don't you want to escape?" "There is no escape," Nala says. Her voice breaks, and then she modulates it. "Of course there is an escape, Quir," she says. "Ignore that. It's merely my state of mind. Escape is always possible. Come, let us see what we can do." She leads me a few steps down the hall, and finally I pick up her pace, blend with her. She moves with alertness and cunning, dropping against the wall now and then to observe, then coming out to the median point. "We must be cautious," she says. "We are allowed to roam these halls freely, of course, but there is no reason to attract attention." She motions for me to drop behind her, follow at a few paces, seemingly disassociated. Strangers 158 and 161 out for their separate evening strolls in the enclosure. I follow her, feeling that my leadership has been taken from me. I originated the plan, and now it is in other hands. My conspirators are dispersed at this moment, moving independently of me, needless of my direction. I have lost all initiative. We come to the end of a corridor, turn, and find ourselves confronted by an open door which leads, through a strange luminescent glow, into a larger area. This is the first outer point of the enclosure, the point marking where we may go without special permission. I have been beyond it several times, but always escorted by my therapist, who has pointed out places of interest in the enclosure and reminded me that escape is hopeless. Now I come into the room unsupervised. There is a strange, airless feeling, like tottering unaided at a great height. Nala pauses and takes my hand again. "Come," she says. "Just move through, Quir. Don't look at it too much. This is where they keep the old machinery." I turn, look against the walls where she is pointed, and see what I have never seen with my therapist, being too interested in his dialogue and finger gesturings. Along the wall, half hidden under covers and burlap, are the outlines of machines. From gaps in the covering glint shards of metal, the dull blankness of shielding, joints, and pistons. The machines are various sizes and shapes, all of them of the same color. They have a vague resemblance to certain large armaments I have seen the aliens occasionally carry, and to devices I have noticed in the therapist's office. But they are difficult to glimpse, and it is hard to understand their function. "This is where they put the machines when they're obsolete," Nala says. "It's a storage room. New equipment is always coming in as they work on us." "Oh," I say. I move more quickly through the room, now looking at the floor. I'm afraid of the machines, I find. "No one is ever expected to come through here," she says. "It's merely a point between the part where we live and the part where they do. It's for storage." "You know a great deal about the enclosure," I say. "Yes, I do." "You know more than I do, more than any of us. How did you find this out?" "We've been here a long time, Quir," she says. "We've been here almost 2.5 years. If you stay alert, if you try to understand the situation, There's a great deal that you can learn. I've stayed alert. You see nothing, Quir, she says, kindly. Nothing at all. You accepted your fate and did not want to look beyond it. Even this escape is just accepting your fate. You feel that they want you every so often to try to get out of here, so that is why you're trying. Oh, don't look that way, Quir, she says, and runs a hand up and down my arm. There's nothing personal about all of this, and anyway, it's the truth. I can't lie to you anymore. It's too late for lies. Come, move quickly. We'll meet the others and escape. I want to talk to her further, but I cannot. Something about what she has said to me, along with the menace of the machines, has left me speechless. I had never been aware of the machinery, the sheer weight of the devices they had used to brutalize us. Now, seeing the obsolete remains, I feel that I cannot deal with it. Nala must sense some troubling within me, puts her arm tighter around my waist, and halts me. Please, Quir, she says, you must retain control if this is going to work. Remember, you created the plan yourself. I know that, I say, choking. I know. All right. I didn't mean to say those things to you. Ignore them. I have as much respect for you as for any of us here. Yes, I say, shaking my head. I feel for some reason that I'm going to cry, and this is impossible because we never cry. None of us has ever broken in that way. I have read with puzzlement passages in the alien written materials where they speak of other aliens crying. How is this possible? Now I know. Quir, she says. Quir. And she is almost tender. I did not understand. Forgive me. These have been very difficult times for all of us. Look, I'm here with you, am I not? That means something, doesn't it? I've joined you to escape. Yes, I say. Yes. We know one another. It's not as if we didn't. Could I have said the things I said to you if I didn't know and trust you? I don't know, I say. I am suddenly disgusted by my near breakdown and determined to control myself. A savage thrust of will deflects various daggers of pain within me. I feel myself reassembling. All right, I say. Enough. Everything is adequate. Let's go on. I'm glad, Quir. Tell me nothing, I say. I want to hear nothing from you. Do not tell me of the enclosure. Do not tell me of your speculations. I push ahead of her, now leading. I do not care for you, Nala, I say unexpectedly, but realize that this is true. I do not care for you any more at all. I'm sorry, Quir. Don't tell me about sorrow, I say. I push open a door at the end of the hall of machines, and we find ourselves in another hall, this time, a much larger one, lighted by glare instead of phosphorescence, and extending in a convoluted fashion out of sight. The floor seems uneven underneath us. This is their quarters, Nala says. The outer limits of their quarters. I know that. We will continue to follow this line as far as we can, and then we will find the guards. I know that, too. I originated the plan. I was just telling you again, Quir, she says softly. We will, of course, be reassembling at a point just before the guards, immediately out of their line of sight. Thank you, I say. Thank you for telling me that. I would not have known otherwise. You're welcome, she says, missing the irony. She has missed everything except how to hurt me. Such is the complexity of this female. We continue down the new corridor. The light, much brighter and harsher than any we have seen in our section of the enclosure, highlights certain aspects of Nala's features in ways I have not suspected. Her face is drawn with strain. Her eyes seem pitted deep in her head and glare frantically. Her skin has taken on a strange olive tinge. She looks unwell. I realize that she is ugly, and earlier, because I was excited by her, I did not notice this. "Faster," she says, taking my hand again, and we virtually speed through the halls, half trot, half run. Aspects of this part of the enclosure assault me marginally as we move through. There are cracks in the walls, dense fissures every few hundred yards, half concealed behind glass. There appears to be some kind of weaponry. "Protection devices," Nala says, but I do not believe her. The enclosure is not fireproofed. It was originally constructed a long time ago for other purposes and abandoned. When we came here, it was reconstructed for our purposes, but remains of an older style. I know a great deal about the enclosure," Nala says, moving rapidly, puffing a little as she tries to continue her lecture without breaking stride. "My therapist used to tell me interesting things about it. That's how I know." She is trying to be accommodating. Her mood now is winsome, confidential, as if the small pieces of information she slips me one by one are the only tokens of apology which I can be given. "Faster," she says again as we move through a long, sweeping curve, the harsh lights dazzling us as we come up against a bulb. "We must make the rendezvous on time. Don't look around, Quir. Everything is the same. I'll tell you anything you want to know. The enclosure is 25 square miles, although it is more circular than rectangular. Actually, it is an ellipse or oblong. It is 400 yards high at its highest point. I know all this, Quir. Move quickly." I move quickly. She is setting a ruthless pace, there is no doubt about it, and in order to hear any of her comments as they trail like small balloons from her passage, I am forced to break into a mild trot, then a shambling run. Her hand is like iron in mine, and I have the sensation of being dragged. "It is 55 years old," she says. "Originally it was constructed as a detention center for political dissidents. The structure is largely metallic. Some wood, however, is used, and also synthetics. Do you know the number of staff here?" "No," I say. "Do you want to know?" she says, really panting, her breath coming out now in small groans of evisceration. But she will not stop. We keep up our pace. Nothing in the hall changes. The curve breaks and leads into a long straightaway. "All right," I say. "How many?" "There are 247 of us now here. How many do you think they need to supervise and manage us?" 1,000, I say. It hardly matters. All the numbers are abstractions. I feel small filters, then bursts of pain within my temples, feel my respiration waver and finally break. Nothing seems quite clear. 2,000? 5,000, she says. 5,000 for 247 of us. Of course, not all of them are on duty at the same time. Well, no, of course not. They work in shifts, but at any given time, at least 800 of them are on duty. "Oh," I say. "Oh." I realize that I am shouting, that her voice too has been higher in pitch, and that we have been unconsciously trying to compensate for an unpleasant background noise that builds as we move along. It is a whine, under the whine a booming roar which comes at us in waves, battering. "The machines," she says, now shouting. "The support system. We're right over them now." I can feel the floor shaking. "Quickly," she says. "It gets worse before it gets better." And panicking, I break into a full swinging run, tearing my hand from her grasp, sprinting ahead of her, momentarily unconscious of her pursuit. The noise is massive, bursting. I feel as if we are moving into a funnel of sound. All of it slanted toward us, vomiting noise like destruction, and we pass through a point where the noise is so strong that I cannot hear my own breath, cannot hear the screams I bounce against the walls. Slowly, then, it diminishes. My run collapses. I slow to a shambling walk. The roar diminishes to the whine I had heard, and at last goes away. We move up a small rise and face a wall with two flanking branches. The machines occupy a small area, but they're very powerful, Nala says, matter-of-factly. Streaks of sweat, like tears, are aligned down her face. They have to generate all the power for the enclosure. We go left here, left and then cut right, and that will be the rendezvous point. I didn't know, I find myself saying as she takes my hand again like a child. I didn't know it was this way. I didn't know they had machines. I didn't know about the thousands. Don't worry, Quir, she says, gasping, the cycle of her breath shaken, but still, somehow, she manages to sound soothing. Don't worry about it. It's all right. All right. I'm sorry, Quir. I was too hard on you. I expected too much. And I do not know what she's talking about, and I do not know what is happening, and everything seems very much out of my hands as we make our way down the right branch into the point of rendezvous. The others seem to be all there. They're waiting for us in what appears to be various attitudes of patience. Two of them are dropped on the ground in postures which look pained, but when we come, they shamble embarrassedly to their feet, and I understand that in the presence of my plot, my massive escape, my plan to leave the enclosure forever, they have only been sleeping. The guards are just beyond this door, Nala says, pointing to one which is half adjacent. Now, her breathing regular again, she seems to have virtually assumed the responsibility for the mission itself, which is adequate with me. I am still trying to clear the machines out of my head. The whole plot does not seem as solid as it was, even when I constructed it days ago out of gossamer. Now it seems somehow juvenile, preposterous. They're young, Nala says. This is not considered to be a crucial post, and this is not an important hour. They're not good guards. We're finding them at a point of least resistance. The plan is impossible, one of the males says. I recognize my friend, 199. It is insane. We can neither overpower them nor appeal to their sense of mercy. I suggest that we return. We've gone as far as we can this evening. Maybe we can discuss the situation some more. I say no further. Coward, Nala says. The light here is softer. Her features are blurred. She looks attractive again. Go back, then. We don't need you. This is not a question of numbers. He's right, though, another male says. It is quite impossible. I do not know how we were persuaded to do this. I suggest that we give up. 2 cowards, Nala says. 3, says a young female, looking behind us, craning her neck around a corridor. I was willing to come along to see what the enclosure looked like, but this is as far as I can go. I did not think that we would go through with this. I want to return. Well, Nala says, looking at me. Her eyes glint. I see a shrug. I sense that she is once again returning the situation to me as the originator. There is some sense of justice to this, but I do not know, at this time, if I have the competence to pursue the point. What do you say, Quir? She asks. Quite determinedly and precisely she sits. Do you want to give up? No, I say. I look at the ceiling and ask for some support. When I think of what my therapist has done to me, I feel a little stronger and say, we're going to leave the enclosure tonight, all of us, together. None of us will hold back, because we are linked to this together, and there is no returning. The surveillance mechanisms, when they are reviewed, will surely show that we passed this way in groups. They will know that we thought of escaping. It is all over with us anyway. Not if we throw ourselves on the mercy of the therapists, the first male says. Not if we confess all and say that you threatened us into coming. It'll still be better than being killed like vermin when we try this foolish plan. Cowards, I say, echoing Nala. All of you are cowards. Don't you have any respect for our masters, those who sent us here, those who will be the helpless victims of these aliens if we do not warn them? Have you no conviction for your people? Have you no sense of sacrifice and adversity? Has the enclosure removed from you all sense of what it means to be free? Right, Nala says mildly at my knees on the floor, patting me. He's absolutely right. You disgust me, I say to them. I wonder if I can actually be delivering this speech or whether someone else is projecting my voice against screens. It hardly sounds credible. All of you disgust me. You're a disgrace to the hierarchy and to the masters. If you do not come with me, if you do not collaborate with me tonight, I will be the one to report you to the therapists, because creatures as contemptible as you deserve betrayal. They stir, look at me with some interest. I do not know if it is accusation or fear I sense in them, but in any case I am getting a response. This line looks hopeful. There will be no further discussions, I say. This is how we got ourselves into this situation to begin with, because we had to discuss everything, because we are creatures to whom dialectic comes as easily as cowardice. If, while we were still on the ship after landing, when they had neutralized our devices and prevented us from escaping, if then we had sensed what was going to happen to us and had taken strong, firm actions, we would not have been here, but instead there were constant meetings, evaluations, discussions, and before we knew it, we were loaded into the enclosure like cattle. This must cease, I say. This must cease. All right, one of the males says. Enough. You've convinced us, but how are we going to get past the guards? We'll talk to them, I say. And if that doesn't work, we will overpower them. Exactly, says Nala. I look at her quickly and find that her face is averted, a glint of something which might be humor at the corners of her mouth. Does she wink at me? Exactly, she says again. Precisely. Slowly, we mass together and move toward the door. Behind it now, I can hear the scrambling of the guards as they sense noise. We move upon them. Did ever such as us move upon such as them? For the last time, I look back at the enclosure and then move forward, uncertainly but firmly. It is not precisely sentiment that overcomes me when I look at the enclosure for the last time, but it is not something that denies sentiment either. It is in a peculiar middle ground, and as we move toward the confrontation, I realize that the plan is more serious than I had ever intended, that it is really happening right this moment, and that whatever else, we will never see the enclosure again. I will not go back there. For Plotar. I will not go back there. For Plotar. The guards are young, carrying small arms. They look at us with astonishment as we move toward them. One of them raises his implement, but the other whispers something to him, and he drops it. They are indistinguishable. Youths, really, not adult creatures at all. The first young of this race I have ever seen. They look like a poor barrier, but then again, there are the weapons. Excuse me, I say, clearing my throat. We'd like to leave. Leave? One of them says. His eyes widen. Leave what? The enclosure, I say, if we may. Get back, says the other, apparently a more ferocious type. Again he raises his weapon. Again the mild guard frantically whispers something to him, and the weapon is slowly lowered until it confronts me somewhere at the knees. "I'm afraid that's quite impossible," the mild guard says. "You can't leave here. You must stay inside. We're here to keep you inside. In all the time that we've been on this post, nothing like this has ever happened." "It's happening now," I say. I try to keep all menace out of my voice. The point of the matter is to appease them, appeal to their better natures, utilize the guilt they must feel to become our collaborators. "Come on," I say, using the heavy informality which my therapists now and then have tried when I've become very tired and momentarily blocked. "What's the difference? Let us out. There are only 15 or so of us. We'll never be noticed until the morning or even later. You deny everything. You say we didn't come your way." "There are 8 of you," the savage guard says, pointing and counting. "Only 8 renegades. I think I'll shoot you all." "Please," the mild guard says, gesturing at him, "let me handle this. I'm the senior on post. There's no need to do anything at all just yet, Raoul." He turns back to me, his fine open features with no guile at all. "Why do you want to leave?" he asks quietly. I look at the others. They seem suffused at this moment with shyness, looking down at the floor with demure expressions I would not have thought them capable of mustering. Nala herself looking with interest straight up along the walls, through the planking into the roofing an enormous distance beyond. In this part of the enclosure, the roofing seems to be made of a different material. It gleams in many colors, and a spectral wash comes down upon us, giving the guide a carnival expression as he says again, "Why? Explain yourself. I'm willing to listen," and silences his partner with a gesture of his hand. I feel hopeful. Possibly he is the guard in complete authority at all posts of the enclosure. Youthful as he is, there is something measured about his aspect, certain of his demeanor. The savage guard stands quietly, blinking. "Tell me." "Because it is abominable," I say. I realize that I am now speaking not only for myself, but for all circumstances, and I strive for eloquence. I may never have such an opportunity again. "Because we are free, spirited creatures just as you are, and we came to your planet not to oppress or hurt you, but to give you information. Out of the great spiritedness of our elders, we were delegated to come your way and turn over to you technological and social secrets which would turn you out of the age of darkness in which we found you. Our elders are unspeakably wise. They are complex. They're long-suffering. They wanted you to leave your age of darkness and join all of us among the stars. This is how we came to you, and what have you done to us? You have imprisoned us. You have treated us like animals. You have counseled us with threats and eternal supervision, cutting off our lives at the source, and have tortured out information which we would have given you willingly. You speak to us of inspection tours and surveillance, when what you're really talking about is brutality, the unceasing brutality of one set of creatures to others equal or immeasurably superior. You have cut us off in the flower of our strength, the youth of our hopes, and made us cattle, and we can no longer bear it. A group of us have come to tell you that we will take this no longer and that we must leave. There are only 8 of us now, but if you cut us down, there will be others. First 20, then 50, then 200 will arise and smite you with the forces of justice. Let us pass. It is the easier way. We appeal to you with reason and a plea for equality. Those who come behind us will not be so patient or so kindly." "Do you mean," the savage guard says, "that you're going to come from your cages and attack us?" "Quiet," says the senior. His face is concentrated, tense. "This is very interesting. I want to hear more. I want you to finish." I spread my palms upward in a universal gesture. I have nothing more to say. That is all. Let us pass. Just like that, the mild one says. We're supposed to let you through, and then what? Where would you go? Back to our ship. How do you find it? We have obtained word from the therapists. The ship is near here. We've been told that. We may see it against the horizon. It has been kept in good repair, awaiting our return. We will embark, and we will not bother you again. And what about the others? What others? There are 200 of you still here. What's going to happen to them when you leave? Nothing, I assume, I say. We are too valuable to you. None of us can be spared. We will not abandon them, of course. We intend to alert forces on our home star who will rescue them, but without force. Just as simple as that. That simply, I say, and nod. You can make it very simple if you will only let us through. Consider our suffering. Consider our pain, our brutalization. I'm being very reasonable with you, considering what our real demands might be. I don't care, the savage one says. It's not my problem. He gives Nala a vague leer. I'm just the assistant, like you point out. You handle this any way you want. He shrugs and then winks at me. You're trying to look on me as an evil person because I want to keep you here, he says. You'll see. Let us through, Nala says, swinging through a convoluted gesture and standing beside me. You have heard him speak. He has put the case for all of us. Let us through. No harm will come to any of you, and much credit. We can overpower you otherwise, 199 says. Apparently my speech has inspired him. If you do not listen to the good words of our leader, we can take you by numbers. The guard makes a gesture of dismissal, the flat of his hand to the floor as the other one walks away, lays his weapon against a wall, and with a yawn sits beside it. He seems abstracted, now removed from the situation. Do what you want, he says to the senior. I've said my piece. I'll do that, the mild guard says. I'll do what I want. He looks at me intently. You really want to leave? He says. Yes. You want to leave that badly? You've considered the risks and penalties, and you still do? Of course he does, Nala says angrily. Haven't you listened to him? She seems possessed of more energy than I have ever seen in her, other than the fornications. He said it more eloquently than any of us ever could. All right, the guard says quietly. You don't have to get mad at me. I'm not responsible, after all. I just have to check things, get them sure in my own mind. With enormous delicacy, he slides a catch on his weapon, brings his weapon to his side, and perches it, like the others, against a wall. He places the back of his hand against the door and pushes it open. Outside there is earth, sand, terrain, atmosphere. Okay, the guard says. You may go. We may go? You may go, he says to me. What's wrong? You don't believe it? You don't want to leave? You go through all that trouble and now you won't take your chance? Go. The door is open. He puts his hands on his head, stands in a receptive posture. If you want to beat me up a little first, go right ahead, he says. If you find that necessary, I wouldn't stand that easily, I ask. I am astounded. You mean we can just walk through that door? Isn't that what you wanted? You made the case for yourselves. I didn't. I accept your case. Go. Go, the guard says and casts a glance toward his weapon. Before I change my mind, or before Raoul does. Raoul is very impulsive. I do not know how long I can control him by rank. Go. Just beyond this door are the lands surrounding the enclosure. There is no surveillance there. They will never catch you. Your ship will be visible in the distance. It is a 2-mile walk." "I don't understand this," I say. "That you would let us go so easily." "Quir," Nala says, touching me. "Quir, do not talk to him any more. It is as he says. Go. Pass through the door. The others are already going." And this is so. Astonished or not, my conspirators are filing through the door and out of the enclosure in a short, neat procession, casting no glances behind them. The guard, named Raoul, looks at them quizzically, runs a hand over his weapon, but makes no move to detain them. I allow Nala to propel me through the door. "Go," the guard says again, gesturing. "Go quickly. Do you want everything? An escort?" I look at him then as Nala propels me through the door, and he looks at me. In the harsh light, we trade one wickering glance of connection, and in his high cheekbones, in his deep, frightened eyes in which compassion lurks like an animal at bay, I think that I see everything, or, failing that I see at least the beginnings of an explanation. But then the other guard in the corner begins to mumble, and I hear the clicking of weaponry. I cannot continue to look at the guard, although I feel in the intensity of his gaze that somehow, if I do this, I will learn everything, that it is not only compassion, but the mystery of the enclosure itself which lies buried in his gaze. But the look is broken. His eyes, suddenly, cloud to disinterest, and he turns away from me. I turn away from him and move through the door, feeling Nala's insistent, gentle pressures. The door closes behind us. In the distance, I see my shipmates. I feel breezes for the first time in many years, hear the sounds of the heavens as they surround me. I breathe the air of the planet, which is so similar in so many ways to the atmosphere of our own home, and I feel it moving into my lungs, making me lightheaded, making me weak with a feeling midway between exhilaration and exhaustion. I look at the heavens, look at the earth, feel Nala leaning against me and oblivious of my shipmates, hear her talking into my side. She is trying to say something. I do not know if I understand her. Her words are cut off by chokings and gasps of breath. It appears that she is laughing. I do not know if she's laughing or crying. I'm confused and bring my arm around her to gentle her, to bring her in more closely in a gesture that has nothing to do with fornication, and she sobs against me, then finally breaks the embrace and looks up into me. "Oh, Quir," she says, "you poor, brave fool. I didn't think you'd do it. Pity me, I didn't think you'd do it." And now I believe she is crying, and I draw her in more closely, as my shipmates look with wonderment, and feel in her gathering against me emotions more profound than any I have known for a long time, and so we stay there for an instant that way while I shrug at my shipmates, whose looks have now changed to impatience, and try to show them in various ways that there is nothing I can do for the instant, nothing at all. I hold Nala. She is still talking to me, but for this time I do not hear. Behind me I hear a door slam and seal. The integrity of the enclosure has been restored. I look up, and in the distance I see the ship. We walk to the ship slowly, in some distress. Unaccustomed to the terrain of the planet from 2.5 years on the slick floors of the enclosure, we stumble gracelessly, reel, often lose our balance. Several of us fall and suffer small cuts and bruises. Nala, after her fit, is very quiet, clinging to me, looking with large, moist eyes between me and the ship. There is no need for conversation at this time. My shipmates move before us, grunting, Nala and I bringing up the rear. We look back at the enclosure only once, only a few hundred yards behind. When we look, it already seems to have receded in time as well as space. Now the enormous height is seen to have been worked out through a series of ridges and the cunning use of space, for the enclosure is not tall at all, partially sunken into the ground and tilted in an angular fashion at the corners. It seems to conform to no geometry which I think I understand. The outside seems to have been coated with the same dull, phosphorescent material which provides the lighting. Now it glints blue against the night, now white and dark, as clouds play against the stars, and their single woeful moon hangs stationary above us. It seems to be an interruption of the plane on which we walk rather than a construction. Blending in with the scarred brown terrain on which we stumble, it appears to be distinguished in no way. It could be a desolate building or even a natural formation. Yet this was where we lived for many years, and this is where our brothers and shipmates still dwell. At this moment, alarms may be pealing, therapists and senior staff running frantically to the rooms to check on our whereabouts, young guards and old loading weaponry for our search and seizure. Yet, lying flat against the night, it seems from this distance that nothing whatsoever can be going on inside it. "It isn't that large," Nala whispers to me when she sees that I am looking. "It doesn't mean anything at all. Forget it now. There is the ship. Let's go to the ship." We stagger toward the ship, unused to physical exertion, unused to atmosphere. Certain of my shipmates begin to weave, lose their sense of direction, recede, gasping. I urge them on as best I can. 199 reappears from the darkness, his face cut into crevices of exhaustion, and says, "The ship! We have no way of knowing that the ship is open. We never thought of that." "It will be open," I say. "They have no way of sealing it. They do not know the codes." "If they have sealed it, we will never get on. The ship is impermeable." "We will get into the ship," I say. I gesture toward it, now as close to us as the enclosure itself, perhaps even nearer. "If we've gotten this far, we will not be denied. Go ahead and take the others together. I see some stragglers." "Yes," 199 says. My authority now seems unquestioned. He stiffens with obeisance, then sprints ahead. I can hear him murmuring to the others something about the ship. "He's right, you know," Nala says, lurching in my armpit where I am holding her. "If the ship is sealed, we'll never get in." "I told you they don't know how to seal it. They do not know the codes." "How can you be sure?" "Because only we know the codes." "And haven't we told them everything they wanted to know? Why would they not have that information as well?" I am staggered, but try to maintain my composure. "Because they would not think of that," I say. "And anyways, it is fated that we will be able to board the ship." "Why is it fated?" "Because we've come this far. If we've come this far with the plan, we will not be denied." "Haven't your ears in the enclosure taught you what fate is worth?" Nala says, but she is silenced and moves along. I try to take as much of her weight as I can, half carry her. Now I feel possessed by urgency. For the first time since I confronted the guards, time begins to function again, and time is directing small lancets of pain through me. I try not to convey this urgency to Nala, but quicken my pace. It is strange to be on this alien terrain, to be in the atmosphere after so long in the enclosure. In exertion, the air here burns my lungs, but it feels no worse than the stale vapors of the enclosure often felt at the end of long days, and there is much to divert us, much to look at on this planet if we only had the time and the circumstances. The planet is filled with vegetation. There is not a square foot of the surface which does not seem to possess flora of some kind, and if we extend our senses beyond our feet, we can hear the dull boom and rhythm of machinery somewhere in the far distance, well beyond the ship. This must be the form of their technology, the technology that we have helped them develop. I can see, suggested behind the horizon, the play of lights, and now and then the distant rumble of machinery that can only be transportation moving across the range of hearing. There are birds on this planet similar to ours. We can sense, if not see, their rustle in the atmosphere, and now and then something passes quickly through our range of vision. Humming, perhaps an insect. If I were not so tired, if it were not for the circumstances, it would be rewarding, possibly, to stand in one place and appreciate this terrain after our years in confinement, but in obligation to my shipmates and my own fear, in need for Nala, I keep on moving. I wonder if our absence has already been detected. I wonder if pursuit parties are being organized. No, Nala says, and I realized that I have phrased these as questions to her. They are not. No, no, she says, not now. In the morning, then? No, she says, not in the morning. When, then? Never, Nala says. Don't ask any more. Keep moving. We are almost at the ship. Why never? Why will they not discover we've escaped? They will discover, she says. They know already, not just the guards, but all of them. But it does not matter. Ask me no more. I have already said too much. I don't understand, I say. I know that, Quir, she says, and somehow, no matter her position, manages to caress me. I know that you do not understand. It is all right. It is the way it should be. I do not think less of you for it. I tried, I say. I tried to do. I know, she says. I know. And will say no more. There is no time for her to say anything. The ship looms above us. The ship is as tall as the average height of the enclosure, 100 yards or more, straight up into the night, so enormous that we slow even as we approach it, and cannot move from without a radius of 100 feet without pondering the ship. Few of us have had the opportunity to see it from the outside for any length of time. When we awoke, we were already inside for the voyage out, and when we were taken from the ship to the enclosure, we were either sedated or moved at such a rapid pace that we were unable to consider it. Nevertheless, it looks like the charts and photographs which we have memorized. For all the time that it has been immobile at this spot, it retains a dull sheen of power. Look at that, one of the males says. Look at that. Yes, I say, understanding what he is trying to say. It is still there. We must be a fearsome race to have created a ship like this. No wonder they are so frightened of us. We have given them larger ships, Nala says quietly. I know that they have done this. That is one of the first things they demanded, the knowledge to build larger ships. The ramps are down, 199 says solemnly, pointing. Look, the ramps are down. We follow his gesture. From the open doors of the ship, doors we have not noticed before, extend the ramps. In spiral forms, they wind their way down to the surface. There is no problem of entry. The ship is ready for us. It is almost as if they knew we were coming, 199 says, as if they prepared a way. Or, I say, as if they were so sure of our captivity that they could leave the ship open. Both of you are right, Nala says. She extends her hands. 199 and I instinctively grasp one of each. There is no rivalry in our possession. We look at one another, and up and down the range the others fall into line. One of the females is sobbing, although we are a race that does not cry. Come, Nala says. Come, let us go into our ship now. We follow her toward the ramp. At the bottom of the ramp, she hesitates, breaks her hands free, and then delicately, with enormous grace, moves up the stairs. She seems to hang in air for an instant, and then she is perched securely before one of the open hatches, holding the sides of the door, beckoning to us with her head. Come, she says, come. And it is Nala, not waiting for us then, who becomes the first to go into the ship, disappearing into one of the doors as the rest of us struggle to find handholds on the ramps. We up one by one and follow her in. Inside the ship, there is a period of confusion and disorientation. None of the lighting is on. No one seems to know where the master controls are. Interviewing one another frantically, we find that none of us, being low in the hierarchy, had anything to do with the operating of the ship, and only 199, whose field of speciality has been gravitational physics, has the slightest understanding of machinery. We stand in the lower receiving gallery of the ship, huddled against one another in the darkness, small filters of light from the open ramps cutting across us occasionally so that I can see confused eyeball, troubled mouth, tensed forehead. This is ridiculous, Nala says. We're going to have to get some organization into this or we'll never embark. Close the ramps, a male says. That's the first thing we should do. Seal the ship. If we seal the ship, we'll have no light, Nala says. We can't work in darkness. We've had no darkness for years. We're not accustomed. There is a slight edge of panic to her tone. I feel her fingers digging like hooks into my arm. Quir, she says, do something. Do something, Quir. You're the leader. I can't do everything. Yes, I say. Yes, yes. I try to simulate authority. The kind of individual who would be able to create order of a situation as mad as this. We'll do something. We'll have to find the control room. Wherever that room is, there's an activator switch, and if we find it, the ship will do everything for us. It's primed for launch. Some half-remembered point of the training makes me repeat this. They told us that. The program is already locked in the ship. When we're ready to leave, there's nothing to do but hit the activator. The control room. We must find the control room. You find it, one of the males says. I can't move here. I want to go back, I hear a female say. I'm afraid. I didn't think we'd just be standing in the dark like this. I'm frightened. It was better in the enclosure. Listen, I say, and try to bring systematization and order to bear against my own panic. We must take this calmly and efficiently. I take a few shuddering breaths, order myself to have control, and detail 199 to find the control room. That would be easiest, I say. The rest of us can stay here until you find the activator, and that way not disperse. Go. I don't want to go, 199 says sullenly. You go. You're supposed to be the leader. The leader must stay with the others, I say. If you fail to find the controls, come back and we'll detail someone else. The grotesque nature of our situation overcomes me. Here we are, having escaped from the enclosure in our own ship, and we're able to do less with that situation than with the guards. Go on, I say. That's an order. Order? Where do you get... I'm the leader, I say, and I outrank any of you in the hierarchy. You fool, 199 says. There is no more hierarchy. There's been no hierarchy for a long time. Are you going to start that again? Please, Nala says in the darkness. Don't fight. I can't stand to listen to this. I'll go. I think I know where the room is. No, I say. Yes, Nala says, moving away from me. Already she has left the central point of congregation. I should have volunteered in the beginning. In a dream, I thought I saw the ship, and in the ship was the control room in a particular spot. I think I can visualize it. I've been doing a lot of dreaming in the enclosure. Now, everything comes back to me. Let me go. You stay here, she says. I'll go with you, I say. I can't let you go alone. That sounds reasonable, 199 says. The two of you as the leaders should go, and we'll stay here. Reasonable. It's all reasonable. I'll keep order here, 199 says. I'll forestall panic. I don't care, Nala says. I don't care what you do. I can find my way in the dark. Look. She begins to make her way purposefully away from us, passing in and out of flashes of light. I follow with some confusion, but determined to accompany her. In only a few steps, we pass out of the receiving area and into total darkness, a long, thin hallway. Nala waits. I bump into her. This way, she says. It's at the end of this corridor, and then a door, and then several steps down. I remember. I saw all this once. Yes, I say. We are in total darkness. I am frightened. It is the first time that fright has truly caught me since the session with the false therapist yesterday. Yesterday seems to be at a far remove. I have to explore fright all over again. In its edges and details, it is as I remembered it. Nala stumbles forward. I follow her. You don't understand, do you? She says. You don't understand what's going on here, Quir. I envy you. I envy you that. The innocence you have, Quir. Please, I say. Nala, don't talk, she says. I don't want to hear you talk. I don't want any more dialogue. I'm sorry, sometimes I just can't control myself and I don't know how to keep silence. But I want silence. Just follow me. We move, the two of us, in utter dark, through a corridor so compressed and narrow that it seems to breathe around me. I blank my mind, try to think no more, do not consider implication, listen to the moaning sound of Nala's breath as she staggers forward. The ship seems infested with small ticks of sound, whispers, a beating against surfaces like small insects shattering themselves to death against metal. The door, Nala says after an interminable time. I feel the door. And I hear something move. There is a break in the passage and we are overtaken by light. Light sweeps upon us, light as harsh as the unfiltered sun springing from the escapeway as the doors opened, and in that light we look at one another, Nala and I. Her face is blotched with tension, her eyes somehow senseless and rolling in her head. She has held her hand in her mouth and is biting it. Her clothing is askew from the long walk to the ship and the strain. I see in her eyes that she is shocked by how I look as well, and then she begins to laugh, falls against me. All right, Quir, she says. All right, let's get the machinery started. They left the safety light on. They knew somehow that they would not keep us forever. That someday some of us would return to the ship. The safety is on, Quir. The safety is on. And she descends the steps. I follow her. She shakes with laughter but holds her footing, and deep into the control sector we go. Wires surround me, wires and beams. Small shrouds covering the machines, and as we stand in the center of this vast room, pinned by a ceiling which my head almost touches, I am, for an instant, totally at a loss to understand what I must do. But with consummate efficiency, Nala begins to walk among the machines. This one she touches, another she caresses, the third she divests of its shroud. She begins to work with switches. I hear a hum, and the room fills with power. Another machine cuts in. Nala passes among them rapidly now, bestowing pats and caresses upon them like children, and soon the room is shaking. I feel the machines tremble with energy, and my body begins to shake slowly, insistently. Nala comes back to me. "It is on," she says. "The ship has been reconstituted." She puts her hands on me, her dirty, scratched hands, and puts her face against mine. "Don't you feel the machines, Quir?" she says. "Don't you feel the power?" And I say, "Yes, I do." And she says, "What then?" And I say, "I don't understand, Nala. I don't understand." And she says, "You poor fool. You poor unseeing fool. Don't you know what I want you to do to me now?" And I say, the others are waiting." And she says, "The hell with the others. The ship can now run itself." And her hands are upon me, touching my neck, almost strangling, and as much as I will myself to respond to her, I cannot believe it, cannot believe that I can function, but she is maddened, incensed. The machines have possessed her, and with a cry, she carries me to the smooth, hard floor, forces herself against me, presses into me, and trembling, I begin to respond. I reach toward her, feel her gather me in, and still clothed, we begin to simulate the motions of fucking, wildly upon the floor. I cannot enter her, but she can feel the enjambment through her clothing. She sobs and opens. I feel the ship move. The ship fills with power, it seems, with Nala, to open, and it leaps toward the heavens. I find my genitals and hers and enter her dumbly as the ship spins in the air and then, settling, begins to drive its way toward home. Things quickly find a routine. With the ship working, with our destination programmed and the voyage begun, there is nothing more for any of us to do. We have become passengers. There are only 8 of us to occupy the space which 248 did, and we spread through the rooms of the ship, silently agreeing that we will not confer with one another except through prearrangement and agreement. We wish to avoid one another. We wish to reconstitute our dignity. Nala and I live together in a bare, massive room which was once the congregation center for the rituals. Now there are only couches, beds, some appliances dangling from the ceiling. Food is available automatically, slid through hatchways. We exist in the room together through some sort of agreement that we will talk to one another only occasionally and will have sex in darkness, without words. Since the fuck in the control room, all emotions seem to have gone from Nala. Now she shows absolutely no affect at all. She does not laugh. On the other hand, she does not seem displeased with our arrangement. Fortunately, I have, all during this time, kept this journal in my possession and up to date so that I am not bored. The journal is almost current now. I've had a great deal of free time and have been amusing myself by giving as full and thorough a transcription of the events which took us out of the enclosure and into the ship as possible. Most of my reports have not been that full and detailed, but I was writing under different circumstances, of course. The hierarchy, peculiarly, has been reconstituted. We had one formal meeting on the first day out, and since we decided that we did not know the destination of the ship, or, for that matter, how long it would take us to return home, we seem to recollect the voyage to the aliens as measuring in a few months, but all of this is pretty hazy. Our memories are only clear and precise from the time of coming into the enclosure. It would be best to set up some kind of formal organization, if only to avoid conflict with one another. Since no female may occupy the top post in the hierarchy, the choice fell between 199, myself, and the other 2 males, and 199, because of his insistence, took the position. "I understand that you outranked me in the older hierarchy," he said to me during our election speeches, "but that is no qualification. You barely managed the escape. I believe I am administratively talented. I want to be first." I pointed out that administrative talent was hardly necessary under these limited circumstances where the ship did everything for us, and our destination would reclaim us wholly, but 199 was insistent, and although I had always, like any male, I'm sure, had a slight desire to be head of the hierarchy, no matter how pointless that assignment, I yielded in his favor. Our 2 votes, combined with the votes of another female and Nala's abstention, guaranteed his election, since the other votes were scattered. The first thing that 199 did when he took formal leadership was to assign the other rankings. Nala was 2nd and I am 6th, and then to dissolve all meetings of the council formally and in perpetuity. We will have no more meetings on this voyage. Now that I'm first, I want to forget the whole thing, he said. It's all pointless and silly, and I want nothing to do with it, but I want you to remember who is first, should that question ever arise, and that is what we will tell them when we return. Otherwise, there is little reporting to be done about our new life on the ship. It is dull, it is limiting, and there are not even any sessions with the therapists to break up the routine. In many ways, our life here, then, is similar to that of the enclosure. The motion of the ship is almost imperceptible, and our lust for routine is constant. If there were no enclosure, we would perhaps have to create one. We have been captives for that long. This strange thought, which took me by surprise a few days ago, seemed shocking, but now, too, has been incorporated in the routine. Of course, it could have been no other way. Our lust for routine is constant, I say to Nala while we are reposing on our beds in midday. If there were no enclosure, we would perhaps have to create one. We've been captives that long. It is not as you think, she says, not opening her eyes. Not as you think. Yes, it is simple. It is evident. You trust your senses too much. You must go beyond your senses, Quir. I have. No, you have not. You understand only what is given as reality and struggle with it. You have no taste for irony, for implications of behavior, for the workings behind the scenes that give you what you call reality, but no more. I'm tired. I don't believe that, I say. If I did not see reality, we would not be here. It is my understanding. Please, Quir, she says. No more. I am tired. I want to rest. Anything you say is just, but let me be. I care for you, Quir. Isn't that enough? She sleeps. She has cultivated that ability. She can go to sleep instantly and under any circumstances. Once she told me that this had something to do with her recovering her past, but more than that she will not tell me. Our lust for routine is constant, I say to the empty room, addressing the imperceptibly shaking walls. If there were no enclosure, we would perhaps have to create one. We have been captives that long. No one answers. I put the thought in my journal for later reference and turn to look out a window. As always, there is nothing to see. A hint of constellation, a glaze of dust that we were told would be stars if our speed were reduced. The engines are powerful. They accelerate constantly. They pull us at many times the speed of light across the unimaginably far distance that separates our world from theirs. In that night, I have a dream, and the dream is so vivid that for many moments after I awaken, I take it for reality. I dream that I see Plotar, that he comes into my room silently and greets me with upraised palm. I've been here all the time, he says to me. You thought I was killed, but the fact is that I was merely taken to the ship to await your arrival. They left me alone here until you would come and move the ship. All this time I have been carefully hiding in the vast spaces of the craft. But now I have come to greet you, to allay your guilt. I was not killed. You are not responsible for that. I am fine and well, although a little saddened, because due to the fact that I am hiding, of course, I cannot conduct the rituals." He tilts his palm upward at me, smiles ingratiatingly. He looks old, far older than the last time I saw him, but otherwise well. A small network of scars on his forehead, which I do not remember, is possibly the remnant of some beating, but his eyes are alive with light. "It is all right, Quir," he says. "I forgive you." "This is impossible," I say. "You are not here. You are dead. You were killed. It was my fault for betraying you. This is all a dream, another of the dreams I've been having." "Oh, no," Plotar says with a smile. "It is not a dream, but a fact, and you must listen to what Nala says. You must try to believe her, Quir, and see situations as they exist. I have been on this ship all the time. I have something to tell you," he says, and leans forward closely, putting his wet mouth near my ear. "I never meant to escape. There was never any plan." "Leave me alone." "Never any plan at all. It was just a means for you to betray me. We had it all worked out between us, the masters and I. If I came to you and told you of a plan, then you would betray me, and if you thought that I was killed, you would be so overcome by guilt that you would create some kind of plan yourself. Anything so that you would not believe yourself to be a coward. It was a cunning plan, Quir, and it worked well. You behaved predictably. Everything you did was always predictable." "No," I say. "Away!" "I'm just sorry about the rituals," Plotar says, moving his head away from mine, musing. "There was so much I wanted to do, so many plans I had in mind. I wanted to combine the fertility and sterility rituals in a new framework to show that they were the same. I said to them, 'Grant me this at least, that on the homeward bound voyage I may extend my technique.' But they refused. They said that it was most important to follow the plan as they outlined it to me, so I can no longer be ritual master. It is such a loss, Quir, such a loss. A ritual master develops his talent for 20 years to have the opportunity to practice. Of course, I never had any luck at all. My timing was never right. But let me tell you, Quir," he says, "there will come another time and another voyage, and then I will be able to perform the rituals I want, and there will be an honored place for you. We will have to re-examine your whole place in the hierarchy. Unquestionably, you are entitled to a higher position. You have done well, Quir. You have been underestimated. There is a big place in the process for a creature like you, and I want you to know that you will receive your due." I reach for him then, reach toward Plotar, mean to grab and shake him and extract some answers, some understanding as to how he could have lived in the ship for all this time without the support system, and how he could have collaborated with the masters to such an end, and what he means by saying that there is a place for me in the process. But as I lunge from the bed reaching toward him, shouting, my hands close on air and my eyes open. I tumble to the floor and see that it is nothing. It was only a dream. There was no Plotar. I have imagined it all. Plotar was a dream. His speech was a dream. And I repeat this to myself over and again until finally I believe it. And I settle back into the bed again. But for the rest of that cycle, I cannot sleep for fear that if I do, he will come again, and with no way of getting hold of him, I could hardly bear it. I tell Nala about the dream of Plotar. She smiles and says nothing. I ask her the true meaning of this, and she says she does not know. Since she fully recovered her past, she dreams no more of anything. I ask her again to tell me what her past has revealed, but she will tell me nothing, and so, finally, I desist. I fuck Nala, but am unable to attain an orgasm. This has never happened to me before. In fury, I drive myself harder and harder against her, forcing myself to think of images which will cause me to climax, but again and again my eyes open and I see her flat chest, her stricken eyes, the small, fine pores of her flesh, and my desire wanes. I command her to perform acts upon me, inexplicably obscene acts which will take me through, and wordlessly she does, but it is of no avail. She blows me. I feel a limpid response, the beginnings of pressure, until I look at her face while she is in the act. The eyes are blank and staring, fixed to the opposite wall, and hold horror that I cannot bear. I tell her to stop if she finds it so painful. She removes me from her mouth and says that pain has nothing to do with it. She's willing to accommodate me. I'm disgusted and am unable to manage an erection of any sort. I turn from her. She offers to help, says she will do and say anything I want if it will help me climax, but I brush her away. Her skin rubs like metal over mine. I hear her murmuring obscenities. I bolt from her bed and into mine, turn away from her and beg her to stop. Before I have finished speaking, I can tell from her breathing that she has willed sleep upon herself. I resolve to try sex no more until I can obtain treatment from personnel of our own planet. It is inextricable with some other sense of myself, which I am rapidly losing. Nala makes no further reference to the incident, but does not come to my bed again. A meeting is called, the first since the hierarchy was declared some weeks ago. 199 dressed, now in the ceremonial robes of the maximum leader, says that we must arrive at some point of understanding. The ship is decelerating. He has become aware of this through his prerogatives as maximum leader. The voyage to our planet is almost concluded. Soon we will land, and we will have to decide what to say to our people. Will they be shocked at our appearance and the fact that 240 of us are lacking? Will they be hostile? How will we explain the matter of the missing 240, to say nothing of our own escape? 199 says that he is open for suggestions, although, as the maximum leader, of course, the final decision must be his. No one has much to say. I ask when the ship will actually land, and he says that he does not know. Weeks, perhaps, or just a matter of days, maybe hours. Deceleration is in progress. That is the important thing. You betrayed Plotar, he adds. We can no longer avoid that problem. We will have to say something of it. I did not betray Plotar, I say. Yes, you did. We all know that. It is too late to lie. We will have to make some explanation of how we have tolerated a traitor in our midst. I helped you escape, I say. You do not deny that you betrayed him? It does not matter, I say. I willed the escape. I planned and executed it. You cannot argue with a maximum leader, 199 says. It's in the rules. It is my decision to make. I do not know what to do with you, Quir. We can hardly dispose of you. Leave him alone, Nala says. This is not your affair. Nevertheless, she says, leave him alone. He has suffered enough, more than any of us. I don't appreciate being reprimanded, 199 says. I'll do anything I want, Nala says. She stands. She points at him. You realize that I'm just tolerating this, she says. I can end it at any moment. Don't try my patience. I've let it go this far because I don't care. Don't make me care. What are you talking about? I say. The situation once again seems beyond me. Never mind, 199 says. All right, we will discuss this no more. He looks suddenly awkward in his robes. They do not fit. His face is too small for the helmet he wears. "I adjourn this meeting," he says. "We will figure out some plans some other time. Plans do not matter. I regret the incident. We will allow ourselves to be greeted by them and let them make the decisions. I apologize. I apologize." He staggers away. Nala and I are left standing alone in the meeting room. She shakes her head and leaves in the opposite direction. "No," she says to me. "I won't talk about it with you, Quir. Not now or ever." The ship is clearly decelerating. Even I am aware of the reduction of motion. Stars appear in the windows. The dust departs as we shift down from our enormous speed. We will be landing soon. Liquids in certain cabinets of the ship begin to ooze in preparation. The walls become slick with moisture. Buffer zones are being set up, it seems, for the atmospheric re-entry. Now and then I go to the forward window, many hundreds of yards from here, where the best view is available of our destination. Now I see our planet. It is a large planet, blotched in red and gray, turning slowly in the refractory light of two suns. The suns are at a greater distance, barely larger than stars. They appear to circle one another. On our planet, one sees suggestions of gases, a hint of activity, a sense of forms shuttling busily underneath this layer. "It's beautiful," I say to Nala, who has come to look with me. "It's beautiful." "That's because you don't understand it. What is it like, if you remember? Tell me." She smiles. 199 is convinced that our craft has been sighted from the planet. He passes among us as we mass by the large window, gathered together to share the landing. "Dignity," he says. "The important thing is that we greet them with dignity. Remember, we have participated in the most important mission in the history of our people. We have met adversity, but we are returning with our own ship and we are safe. We must show them that we are no longer captives. We will walk out of here with our heads high. After all, we have no disgrace. We have no shame." "Do you know," says Nala, who has become rather smug in a horrible way since the planet was sighted, "do you want to know something, 199? You talk too much." He has no reply. The ship moves nearer. Now we think we can detect the outlines of cities. Females giggle with excitement and point to various areas. I try to hold Nala, but she moves away from me. I pursue her, wanting to touch, wanting to share the imminence of return with her, but she backs away, shaking her head. "Stop it," she says. "Stop it, don't touch me." "Why not?" I say. More and more I have the feeling that I do not understand events. "What is the trouble?" "I don't want you to touch me." "That is all over, you fool. Now get away from me before I do something to you." I back from her, slowly. The others who have been watching this scene murmur and then turn politely away. I find that I no longer want to watch the approach and return to the room I have shared with Nala. I half expect her to follow me, but she does not. None of them follow me. The ship grinds into circling orbit with a clanging jolt and then begins to spin, faster and faster. I am dizzied and cry with terror, but slowly the spinning ceases as we lock into orbit. The ship seems motionless. I can hear relays cutting off all up and down the line as power goes out of the ship. Safety devices go on. The ship moans. The room is empty of Nala's possessions. Sometime this morning, while I was watching the approach alone, she removed any trace of her presence. I hunt hopelessly for indications that she was there, but she is cunning. She has left none. A note on the paper which I've used for my journal is on my bed. "You have understood nothing," the note says. And when the understanding comes, it will be too late. The note is unsigned. I suspect that it is by Nala, but cannot be sure of this. Perhaps I wrote it to myself and then forgot about it in the excitement of approach. In any event, I agree with it. Small crafts approach. Barely as large as a room, they hover around us. Inside, we can see beings gesturing. We return the gestures. They come closer to our ship and, like leeches, attach themselves. I hear scufflings at the entry ramps. Beings come. They are dressed in space gear, the helmets open and dangling so that they can appraise the ship. They look from right to left, their eyes showing a lack of interest, as if they have seen this all before. 199 steps forward to meet them. He looks wary but resigned, as if he has known this moment was coming but does not look forward to it. Words are exchanged that I cannot hear. Then one of the beings in space gear takes him away and the others come over to us. "Hello," I say. I try to maintain my reserve, not show my excitement. I've waited so long for this moment that I can somehow strive for patience. Nala is watching me, but I avoid her eyes. The beings in space gear do not answer me. They encircle all of us, then trap us in nets and chains that seem to spring from the air. We are suddenly completely bound, helpless, stumbling and falling onto the floor. "Up," one of them says to me. "Get up." And I try to comply, but stumble again and am taken painfully to my feet. One of them slaps me in the face. "Come," he says. "Come with us, now. We will use force if you resist." I cannot resist. There is no way I can resist. I follow them into the smallest of the craft, where I am trussed to a bulkhead. I can see the others nowhere. I am alone as the spacecraft takes me down to the planet. Somehow, I always knew it would be this way. During the flight, I am administered a powerful sedative. I try to hold consciousness but cannot, and fall into a deep, trapped sleep. There are no dreams, and an indefinite period of time passes. When I awaken, I am free of the ropes and find myself lying on a table surrounded by lights and equipment. I swing my eyes from side to side and see that the others are standing around me. Nala, 199, the rest of them. They see that I am conscious, and Nala leans over to ask me how I feel. I say that I feel strong, which is true, and she nods blankly and moves away, no longer interested. I struggle to a standing posture and look around me. We are in a large room that is very bright and crowded with the polished steel facings of machines, on and among which are sitting the others in various positions, looking at nothing. They do not turn toward me. "What is this?" I say. I do not recognize the room. "What is going on? Where have they put us? What has happened to us? Are we in an operating room? A hospital? Are we being processed? Why do they treat us like this?" Nala shakes her head and looks at me. She is aged. Her face is ravaged in a complex way. "You fool," she says to me. And this time, fool is not a caress, but a statement. "Don't you understand yet? Don't you see? Don't you know?" And then, only then, and at long last, understanding breaks over me like a wave. And I see. I understand. I know. I must, for the next few moments, react hysterically. Finally, I stop. I am leaning against one of the walls, retching. Nala stands by me. She leans over me. She rests a hand on my neck. "That's better," she says. "That's better, that's better." Her fingers move in my hair, tenderly, tenderly, and I could immerse myself in her forever for comfort. But there is no immersion for creatures such as us. "They do it to us," she says. "They have to do it to us. They fill us up and send us out, and when we have given all we know, we have to return, to have it done to us again and again, each time journeying out to another world. That is our function. We are laborers, and that is our skill. It is nothing personal. It is the hierarchy. It is the way things are done. Once you feel this, the pain will go away. Yes, I say. Yes, yes. Remembering it all. And yet, even as I remember, I know that even these memories can never be trusted, any more than I can trust my memories of the enclosure on Earth, and our escape, and our journey home. I am trapped inside my own skull just as much as I was trapped in the enclosure on Earth, and just as I will be trapped again in the next enclosure somewhere else, and the one after that, and after that, and I will never really know. All I will ever know is the information with which they fill me and which I take with me and discharge wherever and whenever I am told to do so. That information is my only reality, and there never was and never can be an escape. This account I have written is an impression, a conception, nothing more. And so I will myself, as I have 100 times before, to accept all of this as my kind must accept it. It is the hierarchy. It is the way things are done. Acceptance tears through me like a flame and leaves me rendered on the floor. Epilogue. Here we all are in the enclosure. It has been 1 year and 4 months since we were placed here. I have fully assimilated a sense of their chronology, and now, past the initial dislocation, things are comfortable. There has been no excitement for a long time. Now we are fed at leisure, participating in planned activities, are allowed to gather in small groups for discussion, and continue to meet with our therapists.